Chapter 2641. Kill Saint Xiaobao. Begin. As the final voice sounded, a murderous aura seemed to permeate Black Tortoise Mountain. 7 ice-cold arenas rose from the ground as the geniuses who had signed the life and death contract stepped onto their respective arenas one after another. Your purpose is to interrupt Lei Tianlan's meeting of heroes and make her return in disgrace. At a corner of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Xianling Long had her hands behind her back as she coldly instructed. Naturally, she would not participate in this meeting of heroes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although Xianling Long looked delicate, she was a woman who killed without blinking. 20 people were fighting for her. If they were defeated, they would die. Second brother, which martial stage are you on? After Sakura signed the life and death contract, he walked back and looked at Lin Ling, number 7. Lin Ling replied. Sakura was number 3 and Meng Lu was number 1. This allowed Lin Ling to relax. This big brother and Meng Lu were not to be underestimated, so it would be best if they didn't meet. After that, the battles in the arenas began. Some of the participants were from the first generation of the 3 academies, but there were also quite a number of individual cultivators. Those individual cultivators had no human rights and were even more inferior than the first generation. Therefore, this was also a chance for them to make a comeback. Instantly, blood splattered in all directions on those arenas, and battle cries filled the sky. This great ensemble of heroes was obviously not comparable to the proud world competition. It was even crueler, and losing meant death. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They had been slaves their entire lives and had been suppressed for a long time. Therefore, their attacks were extremely ruthless. After a round of battle, no one admitted defeat. Most of those who lost died. Perhaps it wasn't that no one admitted defeat, but rather that the victor had killed his opponent, causing the referee to be unable to react in time. Of course, the referee's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't seem to care at all. Shang Xiaobao, you should have become a governor, but a dead man delayed your progress. Although this gathering isn't set up by the government, it can still help you make a name for yourself. You have to do well for the Holy King's mansion. A young man in a corner of Black Tortoise Mountain lightly said. Big brother, my strength has increased greatly during this period of time. Those opponents can't even escape a single move from me. Beside him, a slightly younger man replied. His eyes filled with killing intent. Go, there are 3 people to pay attention to on the 7th martial platform. They are Grand Duke Lin, Count Han's men. They are powerful and have a violent personality. However, I have already arranged for them to not be too ruthless when they meet you. The young man said again. Thank you, big brother. Apart from those 3, I'll kill everyone else on sight. Soon, it was Shang Xiaobao's turn. When he appeared, there was a slight commotion in the surroundings. Shang Xiaobao, the young prince of the Holy King's residence, almost became a military governor in the past. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. His opponent had also appeared. It was a mysterious person wearing a large cloak and a black mask. But this mysterious person's aura was merely at the 1st level True God realm. If it was in the past, Shang Xiaobao might only have a 60% chance of winning. But now that he had stepped into the 2nd level of True God realm, his chances of winning had reached as high as 80%. Get out! Shang Xiaobao looked at the mysterious person opposite him with contempt. However, the mysterious cloaked person didn't move. Instead, he looked at Shang Xiaobao indifferently with a trace of surprise in his eyes under the mask. This was because he was Lin Ling. He didn't expect to meet Shang Xiaobao. However, after parting with the Grand Council, Shang Xiaobao's strength had obviously increased by a lot. Can't you hear my words? If I attack, it won't be as simple as getting out. Your life will be left here. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Shang Xiaobao shouted angrily again. In fact, he wasn't surprised that Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. Everyone who dared to step onto the stage would definitely have the intention to risk it all. Unfortunately, Shang Xiaobao wanted to risk it all? Only death awaited him in exchange for a fluke. However, Lin Ling still didn't move, but he opened his mouth. You have 3 breaths of time to live. Grasp it. His words made the surrounding people's eyes narrow. A mere 1st level True God realm, yet he was so arrogant. The corner of Shang Xiaobao's mouth curled into a sneer. This battle was the battle that made him famous. How could he take Lin Ling's words to heart? Pitiful person, the Four-Ring City isn't a place where an outsider like you can enter. Shang Xiaobao's aura soared to the sky. He didn't intend to let Lin Ling live any longer. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. Crackle! A thunderous blade slashed through the void as if it could sever the three worlds. The Holy King's lightning blade. Seeing this, the young man from the Holy King's mansion laughed, seemingly satisfied with his younger brother's strength. As for the mysterious cloaked person, he was merely a sacrificial lamb for his younger brother. He's dead for sure, that's a mid-grade 4 martial art. Many people shook their heads and said. Some brutal rogue cultivators revealed a look of anticipation, their eyes filled with bloodthirst. Only the people on Xian Linglong's side had the opposite thought. Shang Xiaobao wasn't the mysterious cloaked person's opponent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the truth was indeed so, because Lin Ling finally drew his sword. With the ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling light bloomed, like a rainbow in the sky, piercing through the sun and moon. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The thunderous blade was cut in half by the sword, and a sword mark appeared on Shang Xiaobao's neck. He stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of disbelief. Was he killed with a single sword strike? Moreover, the sword strike from before actually gave him a feeling of familiarity. Even though the sword had turned into a myriad of colors and its aura was very strange, he was very sure that he'd seen that sword strike before. Most importantly, when a person was on the verge of death, their mind was the clearest. At that moment, he finally remembered. It was in the Grand Council Hall. At that time, his position as governor was taken away, so he fought with a nameless junior. That junior was naturally Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Lin Ling in the end. This sword and Lin Ling's sword, except for the color and aura, were exactly the same. He even had a feeling that the person in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he didn't die? Moreover, he came to the Fourth Ring City, and even stood in front of Lei Tianlan. At this moment he really wanted to shout, Lin Ling is here! Boom! However, his gaze had just flickered when a sharp sword descended from the sky, and it actually split him into two, causing his blood to splatter all over the arena. Pathetic person, I gave you 3 breaths of time to admit defeat, but you missed the precious time. Cold! At the same time, a cold voice floated out of the arena. Everyone saw that the mysterious cloaked person had left the arena. What a ruthless sword, extremely dense killing intent. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. That sword was too terrifying. It was definitely an ultimate sword Dao. Moreover, its true realm of Dao was not weak at all. Now, in the 7th arena, the mysterious cloaked person had become a formidable opponent. Chapter 2642. Kill. You killed my brother. Kill. At that moment, a ferocious roar, like that of a thunder god, rang out, causing the Black Tortoise Mountain to tremble. At the edge of the arena, a man looked at Lin Ling in a frenzy. Divine thunder roared around his body. It seemed that he had an extremely powerful awakened divine body. Of course, his gaze quickly landed on the corpse on the stage. Lightning snakes were wreaking havoc in his eyes. Shang Xiaobao was his younger brother, the one he doted on the most in his life. Part of the reason why he kept getting stronger was to protect his younger brother. In Three-Ring City, if anyone dared to provoke his younger brother, he would slaughter their entire family. In the 10,000 realms, his younger brother was once chased by a powerful realm king when he was young. He was so furious that he directly killed countless people in that realm. He even said to his younger brother, Xiaobao, as long as you're happy, you can do anything. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Kill. And now, his younger brother was dead. He died right in front of his eyes. How could he not hate him? Most importantly, he thought his younger brother would definitely win. In the end, he was killed by a single sword strike. How could he not regret it? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let his younger brother enter the stage. You think I should be killed by him? Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't even raise his head. He was talking to himself, but his words were obviously directed at the man. Good, good, good. I look forward to meeting you. Kill. The young man was so angry that he laughed. However, his laughter was even more terrifying. Shang Xiaobao is angry. Seeing this, Many people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain shook their heads. They knew that the cloaked man was definitely going to die. Although the cloaked man's strength was not bad, his realm was obviously too low. He was definitely not a match for Xianxia. The two words Xianxia represented a kind of recognition of strength. It was even higher than the title of Commander-in-Chief. Let's see who that cloaked man is. Then, some experts began to search through the life and death contract. Although the life and death contract was just a formality, it still recorded the participants' information. Kill! Someone exclaimed. That mysterious cloaked man was called Kill? What a sharp name. It seemed that he was also a master whose hands were covered in blood. Pursuit! At this moment, in the distance of the arena, Lei Tianlan frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She seemed to be familiar with him, but she shook her head because she couldn't see through Lin Ling. What is he after? Lan in my opinion, this fellow will die on the combat arena in less than 3 battles. A young man in mighty armor laughed coldly from the side, and he was exactly Yu Cheng. Let's wait and see. Lei Tianlan shook her head with a smile, but she still had a strange idea in her mind. Pursuit? What were they trying to kill? She didn't know that she was the one being hunted down. However, her gaze quickly wandered and landed on the other arenas, because those arenas were also extremely cruel. As time passed, the weaklings were killed one after another. Until now, there were only 3 people who admitted defeat and left. Blood had already stained the arena and flowed, making the remaining experts who were going to fight look solemn. Who is the cloaked man in the 3rd arena? His strength is so domineering. He killed his opponent with a single punch, and it was a direct explosion. He seems to be very similar to the mysterious man in the 7th arena. The white-haired young man in the 1st arena can't be underestimated. Once the tomb appeared, all his opponents died without knowing why. That's Meng Lu, the strongest 2nd generation in the past. However, although Meng Lu is powerful, the one in the 3rd arena is not weak either. He's the 1st generation ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list, and he's in the 4th level of the True God realm. TSK, the Heavenly Crossing list is for the 1st generation who cultivated for less than 2,000 years, and he reached the 4th level of the True God realm in such a short period of time. What a monster! Before the 30th, the lowest cultivation is at the 4th level of the True God realm. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, everyone was discussing animatedly as they saw the top experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the 1st generation and rogue cultivators who were going to fight trembled in fear, deeply afraid of encountering a powerful opponent. That 5-meter-tall rogue cultivator seems to be under the command of the Sovereign Marquis. He's simply tearing his opponents apart. That's called the King of Savages. Not only does he tear people apart, I heard that he even eats people. Don't ever meet him. Chase after him. I don't want to meet that cloaked man either. As time passed, fewer and fewer people dared to go up the arena because once they went up, they would die even if they admitted defeat. If they dared to go up, they had to be prepared to be killed. In the 7th arena, it was Lin Ling's turn again, and his opponent was a young man. This person was also a swordsman, but his cultivation wasn't weak at all. He was in the 3rd level of the True God realm. Hoo-ho, the goal of this arena is to experience yourself. If you can't kill, then withdraw immediately. At the same time, a woman's voice came from afar. It was extremely cold. She wore a green robe as if she was isolated from the world. Looking at that woman, many people's eyes lit up because that was Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Green Prefecture. Ever since Si Xuanmei died, Senior Immortal Plum Sword has been thinking about revenge all the time. She's been looking for strange creatures in the 10,000 worlds and taking them as her disciples in an attempt to make a comeback. Someone said indifferently. Si Xuanmei was the disciple that Immortal Plum Sword was most proud of. Unfortunately, she was killed by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wasn't already dead, Immortal Plum Sword definitely wouldn't have let Lin Ling go. Even so, she spent a lot of effort to find a disciple. Most importantly, this disciple's talent wasn't much weaker than Si Xuanmei's. One had to admit that Immortal Plum Sword was very lucky. This was because such a sword genius was 1 in a million. Sometimes, one might not even be able to find one even if they traveled through the 10,000 worlds. It's her. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was also looking into the distance. Naturally, he saw Immortal Plum Sword. He sneered as he thought of what Immortal Plum Sword said. If he could kill, then he would kill. If he couldn't, then he would withdraw? Wasn't this plan a little too good? He was treating his opponent as a practice stone for his sword. Chase after me. I know that you're quite strong, but I wonder how your sword is? If you can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your life. At this moment, the young man named Wuxia said. Looking at his young age, he had already reached the 3rd level of the true god realm. He was obviously the chosen one and was bound to enter the 3 big colleges. In reality, he didn't have any connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Immortal Plum Sword as his master. If I can take one of your attacks, you'll spare my life? What if I can't take it? Lin Ling shook his head and asked indifferently. Of course you'll die. You're a swordsman. Don't you know that once your sword is drawn, it'll take your life? How can a defeated swordsman have the right to live? The young man said coldly. At such a young age, he had the aura of a powerhouse. It was obvious that he wasn't a greenhorn. His sword had probably killed many people. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. If he couldn't take the opponent's attack, he would die. If he could take the opponent's attack, the opponent would spare his life? Was that really the case? Chapter 2643. A Domineering Sword. Get ready to receive my sword. This is the sword that will make me, Wuxia, famous in Qing State. Although Wuxia was talented, he was still a young girl. Therefore, he was impatient and attacked. Although he was the chosen one, he had no reputation in Qing State. Even those weaker than him had mocked him. This was a thorn in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to shock the world with his sword. Hu Zhanglu. He attacked with his strongest attack without hiding anything. Roar, 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 roar. What was terrifying was that his sword wasn't meant to kill, but to attack. This was because the sword was extremely huge. It turned into a sword pillar the size of a small mountain and slashed down. This sword was meant to blast the opponent into pieces. That pursuer is a 1st-level true god, while Wuxia is a 3rd-level true god. Both of them have sword hearts, but my disciple Wuxia is obviously stronger. In the distance, Immortal Plum Sword sneered. Kill more geniuses. That way, you can grow faster and surpass your senior sister. This pursuer is not bad. I hope Hu Zhao's understanding of the sword Dao will deepen and his ultimate sword Dao will enter the Dao domain. She had completely treated Lin Ling as a practice stone. His only purpose in life was to practice with Hu Xiao. At this moment, the huge sword pillar slashed down. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. 20% sword heart. Hu Xiao was more powerful than Lin Ling had imagined. This was because Hu Xiao was younger than Lin Ling. Pursuer, look over here. At this moment, Hu Xiao shouted coldly. His eyes changed. They were like the eyes of a tiger. This was his innate talent. A terrifying thing happened. In his eyes, Lin Ling's family and friends were all killed by a single sword strike. Their blood dyed the entire world red. Grandfather, mother, Yu, and the others. This awakened divine body was extremely strange. It seemed to be releasing the might of a tiger. It was like a ferocious tiger. When it roared, millions of beasts would be afraid. The power of this innate gift was clearly meant to make Lin Ling feel fear. Once a swordsman felt fear, their battle prowess would be reduced by 40%. Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as if he was affected by the tiger's gaze. This made Hu Xiao smile coldly. Good, he had killed another powerful genius. This battle was enough to make his name known throughout the 3 great academies. You're courting death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of heaven and earth. Instead, he became even more violent when his friends and family were killed. Boom! A towering aura erupted from Lin Ling's body as he activated the heaven and earth transformation. The boundary rivers in his 2 dantians also merged, allowing Lin Ling's strength to reach the 3rd level of True God realm. He raised his sword and slashed the heavens. Boom! The huge sword pillar collided with Lin Ling's sword, but it was actually blocked. The collision of the huge swords actually caused countless experts to fall to the ground. Even Hu Zhao's expression changed drastically. The other party was clearly a 1st-level true god, but the aura that erupted gave him the feeling of a 3rd-level true god? Ka ka ka! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Hu Zhao's sword began to crack and finally exploded. Hu Zhao's sword was actually broken by Lin Ling's sword. I admit defeat. Seeing this, Hu Zhao was completely terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling's sword to be so terrifying. Die! Die! Just as he kept retreating, Lin Ling's sword had already caught up with him. Pursuit. At this moment, Lin Ling's name of Pursuit was well deserved. Admit defeat now? Run now. Pursue relentlessly. You dare. Die. Almost at the same time, the immortal plum sword in the distance let out an angry roar. Hu Zhao's tiger eyes also widened. I've already admitted defeat, you dare. You dare. However, under his voice, Lin Ling's sword became even faster. The tyrannical song sword merged with the sword heart, reaching the second level of the sword heart. How could he not dare? The ancient sword soared through the sky. Clang! The sword in Hu Zhao's hand instantly broke into pieces. A huge sword pillar slashed horizontally. Then with a boom, the young man was chopped into pieces. Hu Zhao's sword is overbearing, but his sword is even more overbearing. Kill! Seeing Hu Zhao turn into ashes, many people's faces turned pale. The pursuing sword was too crazy. Moreover, a first-level true god killed Hu Zhao, who was a third-level true god. Moreover, Hu Zhao had the sword heart. The power of this pursuit was beyond imagination. One should know that when Hu Zhao fought, everyone thought that he was a rare genius. However, at this moment, they thought that the pursuing sword was the real genius. This was because the pursuing sword's cultivation was obviously lower. Why did you kill my disciple? At this moment, a sharp voice rang out like a nighthawk. In the distant sky, the immortal plum sword was floating there. The immortal sword was pointing at Lin Ling from afar with a sinister expression. It wasn't easy for her to find a good seedling, but in the end, he died here. This made her angry and resentful. My disciple has already admitted defeat, but you showed no mercy. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with the cold voice of the immortal plum sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling also raised his head. Under the mask, he revealed a cold smile and said indifferently, "How can a defeated swordsman be qualified to live?" The immortal plum sword's expression froze. Because this sentence was said by her disciple, Hu Zhao, and now Lin Ling actually reversed it. Kill if you can, retreat if you can't? Immortal plum sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Jianghu. Is this how you teach your disciple? As a swordsman, you want to retreat before the battle. As a master, you're not much. Lin Ling said again. His words made many people gasp. Although the immortal plum sword couldn't be compared to the Thunder Manor, she was still one of the top 10 sword immortals. Her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, a first-level true god junior dared to refute her? Go to hell. The immortal plum sword obviously couldn't win against Lin Ling. Moreover, she was in the wrong, so she directly attacked. A sword, soaring through the sky, filled with immortal energy, and actually froze all the clouds in the sky. The sword light was like snow, so terrifying. At this moment, below the Black Tortoise Mountain, many people felt a chill. That sword was too sharp. Immortal plum sword, please don't forget about the meeting of heroes. However, at this moment, an ancient voice rang out like a large bell, shaking the ground and causing everyone's ears to ring. This was obviously an expert. Perhaps his strength wasn't as strong as the immortal plum sword, but his words made the immortal plum sword tremble, and she angrily put away her sword. Today was the meeting of heroes organized by the Thunder Manor. She caused trouble here, which was equivalent to provoking the Thunder Manor. Thinking of the old woman from the Thunder Manor, the immortal plum sword was obviously afraid, even respectful. Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. As expected, the Black Tortoise Mountain was surrounded by experts. Lei Tianlan was very difficult to kill, unless there was a chance to get close to her. Junior, the meeting of heroes won't be able to protect you forever. The immortal plum sword floated down from the sky and said coldly. Obviously, she would definitely not let Lin Ling go. This pursuit has offended the Holy King's manor, and now he has offended the top 10 sword immortals. He's really brave. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that even if Lin Ling's name shook the Thunder Manor today, he would definitely not be able to survive. Chapter 2644. 7 Arena Masters. Unfortunately, no one knew that even if Lin Ling did not offend the immortal plum sword, As long as she knew his identity, she would still want to kill him. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give her any face. Get lost! Lin Ling let out a low growl and strode out of the arena. You! The immortal plum sword did not expect that Lin Ling would actually ask her to get lost. She could kill such a junior with one strike, but he actually asked her to get lost? She simply could not believe her ears. I'm right here. If you dare to come and kill me, then come. If you don't dare, then don't blabber and say some threatening words. That will only make you more embarrassed. Lin Ling said as he walked. He was fearless. That sentence made even more people's faces change. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling's insolence. This chase is really interesting. The more prominent the person is, the more fearless he is. If such a person is recruited, it will definitely be a good background. Lei Tianlan revealed a smile. She admired Lin Ling very much. Because only by hunting down such a talented junior could one achieve great things. Unfortunately, he is Shen Linglong's man. He probably did not come here with good intentions. At the side, the corner of Yu Cheng's mouth curved into a cold smile, but his words were filled with jealousy. However, Lei Tianlan did not care. She was still waiting for the next arena battle. The 7 arenas went through bloody battles. The strongest experts gradually emerged. For example, Sakra's arena. His attacks were wild and tyrannical. In addition, the arena rules were merciless. Therefore, he could be said to be unscrupulous. None of his opponents could withstand his punch. Wherever his punch passed, his opponents would only end up being smashed into pieces. He seemed to have vented all his anger towards Lei Tianlan on his opponent. Meng Lu came from the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He was also a person who did great things. His attacks were also extremely merciless. His opponents' souls were all shattered, but their bodies were safe and sound. Many people looked at these ferocious experts and couldn't help but look forward to it even more. When these arena lords clashed, they wondered how intense the battle would be. As for the 7th arena, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. He killed all the enemies with a single sword strike. When he went up, there were still 2 strong cultivators in the 7th arena, but there was hesitation in their eyes. They didn't immediately go up. Your sword is very sharp. Moreover, you seem to be at the 1st level of True God Realm, but you can explode with the strength of a 3rd level of True God Realm. It's indeed very terrifying. However, if I can block your sword, I think you will definitely lose. A young man from the ancient faction of Grand Duke Lin said coldly. Grandfather Lin was also a powerful force in Three Ring City. Therefore, this young man's strength was definitely not weak. He was the one most likely to become the arena master of the 7th arena. On the stage, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say anything. Am I right? Let me guess again. In fact, you can only use that domineering sword strike once. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the young man thought that Lin Ling was feeling guilty and immediately laughed. Could it be that that was the flaw in the pursuit? Everyone secretly guessed that perhaps Grandfather Lin would be able to defeat the pursuers under his command. In fact, the young man was indeed guessing. Because he was really unwilling to admit defeat, but seeing that Lin Ling didn't dare to say anything, his confidence grew stronger. Pursuit, let me defeat you. The young man shouted angrily and wanted to go up the arena. Whoever goes up dies. However, Lin Ling's gaze finally looked over. Just one sentence. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, and it actually made the young man stop in his tracks. Although he seemed to have recovered his confidence earlier. Obviously, he was just trying to comfort him. Right now, he was hesitating again. You talk so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to see my limit? If you really want to see it, then use your life to see it. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Lin Ling said again. The wide cloak and black mask gave people a feeling of death. I admit defeat. The young man's eyes kept flickering. In the end, he sighed and gave up completely. So powerful. He made Grand Duke Lin's subordinate give up with just his aura. I thought Grand Duke Lin's subordinate was the master of the arena in arena number 7. Looking at this shocking scene, many people's hearts became heavy. Moreover, they were also very curious. Who exactly was this mysterious person who had suddenly risen up? In fact, many of the ancient factions at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain were also aware of the origins of Qi Lin's pursuit. If not for the Thundersound Manor wanting to recruit him, they would definitely have extended an olive branch to Qilin. The 7 masters of the arena were finally born. They were Meng Lu, the king of savages, the governor of Watersplitter, the mysterious Sakura, Xianxia, sword artist condensing clouds, and Lin Ling. Among the 7, 4 were the strongest. They were Meng Lu, the governor of Watersplitter, the mysterious Sakura, and the king of savages. These 7 were also qualified to enter the Thundersound Manor. However, the 7 of them also had to fight to produce the strongest group of heroes. Of course, the 7 of them were the strongest masters of the arena, so the Thundersound Manor would not let them die. They only needed the loser to admit defeat. Next, the 7 of them would draw lots to choose their opponents. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed on Lei Tianlan. He was getting closer and closer to the ambitious woman. "Second brother, you must kill her in one blow." At the same time, Sakura's voice was heard quietly. Lin Ling nodded. He had already made up his mind to retreat immediately after killing Lei Tianlan. This was because if he did not kill her this time, Lei Tianlan would definitely attack Lin Ling when she knew that Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, with Lin Ling's strength, it would be even more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first battle, Sakura versus the King of Savages. The 7 arenas gathered in an instant, and a brutal and intense battle began. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages was the first to enter the arena. His teeth were extremely long, and his eyes were filled with brutality. Moreover, the murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. Even demonic aura and ghostly aura could not invade his body. This was because he was an evil man. He was so ferocious that even ghosts and demons did not dare to approach him. Di Shirtian also quickly ascended the stage. "King of Savages?" A disdainful smile appeared on Sakura's face. His domineering aura surged out in layers. "King of Savages, tear him apart." "Mysterious man, even if he's a savage from the countryside." Around the arena, excited voices sounded. It was as if the arena had stimulated the bloodlust in their hearts. These warriors from the 4-ring city are even more unscrupulous. Lin Ling looked at the crazy scene and could not help but shake his head. The 4-ring city was not like the 3 big schools. This place was even more ruthless, brutal, and even murderous. Boom. At the same time, the battle in the arena began. "Aren't you worried about him? The King of Savages is extremely powerful. It is said that he was transformed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh." At this time, a calm voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It was actually Xian Linglong. At this moment, Xian Linglong was very interested in Lin Ling and his brother. These 2 people were decisive and powerful. They were indeed geniuses that could not be missed. Chapter 2645. All of them admitted defeat. Sure enough, the flesh and blood on Sakura's body disappeared, and he actually transformed into the King of Bones. He was 2 meters tall, his bones were wide, and there were even some bones that grew barbs. A wisp of King of Hell's aura also exploded out on the stage. His right arm suddenly shuddered, and his hand turned into a white bone fist. After clashing with the King of Savages, he actually blew up the King of Savages' right arm with a single punch. Smelly blood splattered in all directions. There was a deathly silence around the arena. In this violent collision, the mysterious Sakura was actually so ferocious. The King of Savages also let out a roar. His origins were not weak, as he was formed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. That piece of flesh was also formed from a melancholy aura. He was originally the strongest, but who would have thought that his right arm would be blasted apart? "Die!" The King of Bones let out a deep growl. His fist seemed to collide with a world, killing the King of Savages. Boom! Boom! In the arena, a thunderous sound rang out as a bloody scene appeared. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages had actually been reduced to a pile of mush. However, the people around didn't think it was cruel. Instead, they cheered. In the end, Sakura left the ring. In a short period of time, one of the 7 arena lords had died. Even if they tried to save him, they couldn't save him. This person can't be provoked. I don't know where he came from, but his strength and talent are simply unfathomable. He has something from the divine dynasty on him, and he's hiding his aura. It seems he has some background. Qing province is vast, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, the hidden experts began to whisper among themselves. As for Xian Linglong, her eyes kept flashing. She was paying more attention to Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. Neither of them were weak. The remaining 6 people drew lots again, and soon it was Meng Lu's turn to fight. His opponent was Xian Shui. Xian Shui, Songning Academy's first generation, ranked 45th on the Heavenly Surpass list, was an extremely outstanding existence, and also had the status of governor. Such a genius in a second or third ring city would be revered by tens of thousands of people. However, he directly admitted defeat. He had watched the Dream Streams battle before, and it seemed to be flawless. Although he had heard that someone had found the Dream Stream's weakness and defeated it in the end, the Dream Stream had been defeated. However, there were people who had tried to do this before. Unfortunately, they had failed. Obviously, Dream Flow knew his weakness and had made up for it during this period of time. That weakness no longer existed. Unless someone could find a new flaw in him, but the possibility of that happening was very low. Not only did Meng Lu raise his cultivation realm, his talent probably also improved. If he's to me, he's indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Ling thought to himself. In this heroes' gathering, apart from Big Brother, Meng Lu was also the strongest. Although the rest of the people were powerful, they were not a threat to the current Lin Ling. Next battle, Commander Pa Sui against swordsman Ning Yun. Many people were looking forward to the next battle. However, swordsman Ning Yun admitted defeat immediately. To him, Governor Pa Sui was very strong and was at the 4th True God realm. He was definitely not a match for him. Sigh, I thought there would be an exciting battle. What a pity. The crowd sighed in disappointment. However, they did not think that sword artist Ning Yun's admission of defeat was shameful. After all, the latter was indeed not a match for his opponent. Currently, there's still Chase who hasn't fought. I wonder what kind of opponent he'll draw. Only 4 people are left. The mysterious Sakura, Dream Flow, and Commander Pa Sui, Chase. Haha, Chase's luck is bad. The remaining 3 are all stronger than him. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what kind of opponent Lin Ling drew, his outcome would most likely be defeat. Although Lin Ling was somewhat powerful, he was only at the 1st True God realm. Being able to become the master of the arena was already his limit. The mysterious Sakura versus Chase. When the voice drifted out, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was in an uproar. The 2 most mysterious masters of the arena were going to clash. This result also made Lin Ling's gaze turn serious. He wanted to fight Big Brother? I admit defeat. However, Sakura directly shouted, causing everyone's enthusiasm to be instantly extinguished. Each and every one of them were extremely depressed. How can you admit defeat? You're too despicable. You actually helped each other. Someone roared in anger, unwilling to accept this. You're not convinced, right? Get up here. Sakura stared at that person indifferently and then shouted in a domineering manner. His temper was even more insolent than Lin Ling's. Especially when someone dared to bully Lin Ling, he would even dare to poke a hole in the sky. Seeing this, that person immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to speak anymore. At this time, the old man in the brocade robe received Lei Tianlan's order and said faintly, "You're all people with outstanding talents, so don't kill your opponents. Just win." Next, it's still Chase. Lei Tianlan obviously didn't want the masters of the arena to suffer any more losses. After all, those masters of the arena might be under her control. Dream Flow versus Chase. When the second opponent appeared, the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain became even noisier. Dream Flow's heaven-defying strength is obvious to all. The sword used by Chase is also very sharp. I don't know who's sharper between the 2 of them. I think it's Dream Flow. Previously, there was also a swordsman who used his sword against Dream Flow. Unfortunately, after the sword was drawn, the swordsman's soul was frozen. Dream Flow's talent is simply invincible. Yes, I think so too. No one can break Dream Flow's talent. Many people's blood was boiling. Powerful geniuses had heaven-defying talents. When heaven-defying geniuses met heaven-defying geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. In fact, if anyone knew that Dream Flow's invincibility had been broken by Chase once, they would definitely not think so. Dream Flow. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was burning with fighting spirit. He was looking forward to this battle. After all, if his opponent was a nobody, Lin Ling wouldn't bother to fight. However, his opponent was one of the 9 states' 10 evils, so this battle would definitely be of help to Lin Ling. I admit defeat. However, just when Lin Ling thought history would repeat itself in the Pride tournament, Dreamflow spoke. What? He admitted defeat again. Everyone's mouth was wide open. The powerful Dreamflow was being chased, and he actually admitted defeat? Even Lin Ling was surprised. He guessed that even if he could beat Dreamflow, it would definitely not be easy. But Dreamflow admitted defeat? Because I know him, so I'll give him face. Dreamflow said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This made even more people unhappy. Was this the reason why Dreamflow admitted defeat? This was too disappointing. However, when their unwilling eyes fell on Dreamflow, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and dared not say a word. That was because Dreamflow's strength was unpredictable, and he had the ancient tomb behind him. If they provoked him, they were afraid that a large number of people would be obliterated with a single glance. Give him face. Lin Ling muttered to himself and didn't say much. In fact, Dreamflow was indeed giving face to Lin Ling because he had a feeling that he was still no match for Lin Ling, so he felt that there was no need to continue the battle. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Everyone is giving way to you. Could it be that you have a secret? However, if you want to become the ultimate king of the arena, you still have to fight, so you'd better show your strength again and prove yourself. At this time, a heroic voice was heard. On the high platform, Marshal Yucheng spoke. Chapter 2646. A bunch of useless people. If your performance is good, my Heaven Tribute Battalion will also recruit you and make you a general under my command. Yucheng said again. He was a marshal, and his status was even higher than that of a commander-in-chief. Furthermore, he had the right to summon the heroes. I'm so envious. Seeing this, the eyes of many powerhouses without a backer turned red. After all, anyone who could become a general of the Heaven Tribute Camp would be respected wherever they went. When they returned home, they would be able to return in glory. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion? Sorry, but he was also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. In terms of status and numbers, he did not fear Yucheng at all. Of course, his primary goal was to kill Lei Tianlan, so he didn't care about her arrogance. Vice Governor Pa Sui versus Pursuit. The final battle had arrived. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was determined to fight no matter what. After all, too many people had given in to him before. As for Governor Pa Sui, he was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list and was a Stage 4 True God, which was 3 levels higher than him. There was no hope for him to win. Don't kill him. Lei Tianlan seemed to know that she couldn't win the chase, so she emphasized. She didn't want the person she thought highly of to be killed. Haha, since Commander Lei has spoken, I will naturally do as you say. Just 1 round of sparring will do. Governor Pa Sui still had to give face to Lei Tianlan, so he immediately nodded with a smile. After defeating the assassin, he had become the owner of the arena. Therefore, he was quite grateful to the mysterious person who had chased after him. After all, if it wasn't for Meng Lu and Sakura admitting defeat, then it was very likely that he would have encountered these 2 experts. Moreover, with the ferocity of those 2 experts, he didn't have the absolute confidence to win. Get out of here. I'll fight him. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. It was incomparably domineering, and it shook the void to the point that it echoed endlessly. Are you talking to me? Governor Pa Sui's pupils constricted in an instant. The other party asked him to get lost? He was quite bold. He wanted to see who this person was. Lightning palm. The moment he turned around, a huge lightning palm slammed down from the sky. It was unstoppable and incomparably powerful. It's you, Holy Guardian. The water splitter governor finally saw the person who attacked. His face couldn't help but become solemn. He immediately erupted with his talent, causing the surrounding black water to overflow and flow. Countless streams of black water converged from all directions, rumbling like thunder. Only then did they manage to block that palm strike. However, his footsteps were also forced backward. He was pushed back 100 meters, and he was in a rather sorry state. You have some strength. You actually managed to block my lightning martial arts. Above the stage, Saint Taibao floated down with his hands behind his back. There was a strong domineering aura between his brows. Holy Guardian, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to humiliate me? Governor Pashui's face was extremely ugly. The other party had attacked him as if he didn't exist. He was a governor and ranked 30th on the Heavenly Transcendence list. How could he be humiliated like this? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Now, I want to fight and hunt you down. Get lost. Unfortunately, Holy Tycoon didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Governor Pashui with contempt. This made Governor Pashui's suppressed anger boil again. If the Holy Tycoon had shown him respect, he would have definitely given the Holy Tycoon some face. However, who knew that the other party would be so overbearing? He killed Shang Xiaobao before the chase, and this is the last arena match. Therefore, Shang Xiaobao took the initiative to fight, so he will definitely kill Shang Xiaobao. As expected of the Holy Tycoon, he actually made a move directly. He didn't even put the great ensemble in his eyes. We're in trouble. Everyone's eyes flickered. They knew why the Holy Guardian had appeared. Lei Tianlan's face darkened. The Holy Guardian was ignoring her Lei-yin manner. It's up to you two to decide who stays and who leaves. In any case, either one of you will have to fight the pursuers. However, before Lei Tianlan could speak, Yuqing spoke on behalf of Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan pondered for a while and fell silent. Holy Guardian, I can give you face, but you must apologize to me. At this moment, Commander Pasui said again. If he left now, others would laugh at him and make him lose his dignity. Haha, Commander Pasui, don't think that you're the strongest. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. It's just that I don't want to participate in the great ensemble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram. Holy Guardian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You've gone too far. Commander Pasui couldn't stand it anymore, but the Holy Guardian immediately made a move. Previously, you used your talent to block my martial arts. Now, it's my turn to use my talent. After saying that, he directly used his mysterious talent. In the sky, 9 violent thunderbolts fell, forming a scene of 9 connected thunderbolts. Each of the thunderbolts was shocking and gave people a great pressure. I have an 8th grade awakened divine body. Once the violent thunderbolts come out, 10,000 gods will kneel down. Against you, Commander Pasui, I can defeat you with 1 thunderbolt. The Holy Guardian's right hand grabbed the sky, and a violent thunderbolt fell into his hand. Then he threw it out. Boom! The void exploded, and the clouds in the sky were all blasted into powder. A chaotic scene of the universe actually appeared. The violent thunderbolt was extremely terrifying, and the characteristic of this talent was the majestic explosive force. 8th grade awakened divine body. Commander Pashui's face changed dramatically. His hands moved quickly, and a black water god appeared above his head. This was his true god martial soul. At this moment, the true god martial soul held a long spear and attacked the violent thunderbolt. Commander Pasui has used his true god martial soul. His strength has increased again. People clenched their fists. They never expected that the final battle would be a clash between the Holy Guardian and Commander Pasui. However, these two were top experts of their generation. Their clash would definitely be exciting. Rumble! The black long spear collided with the violent thunderbolt, and a turbulent aura burst out. The warriors who were close to the arena were directly destroyed by the airflow. The clash between the two strongest experts of their generation on the heavenly crossing list was terrifying. Puff! Soon, Commander Pasui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Even the true god martial soul above his head dimmed a lot. I admit defeat. Soon, Commander Pasui lowered his head and bowed. This was because he realized that although there was only 1 violent thunderbolt, it could cause 9 thunderbolts to explode. This was only 1 violent thunderbolt, but there were 8 more behind the Holy Guardian. Hence, there was no need to continue the battle. He admitted defeat so quickly. The difference in strength is too great. The arena was in an uproar. Commander Pasui was a 4th-level true god, but he admitted defeat when facing Holy Guardian, who was a 3rd-level true god. Holy Guardian's strength was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. He was the real 13 guardians. Humph, the ensemble of heroes is just a bunch of weaklings. At the same time, Holy Guardian's disdainful voice drifted out. However, no one thought that he was crazy because he had only plucked one violent thunderbolt. If there were 9 thunderbolts, no one in the 4th level True God realm would be able to stop him. Chapter 2647. He deserved the title. Chase him down, he's dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads regretfully. The Holy Tycoon was obviously here for his younger brother, so he definitely wouldn't be able to survive today. Do you regret it? You actually killed my brother in order to enter the Lei Manor. You don't know the price you have to pay for killing my brother. Shang Taibao glared at Lin Ling coldly, as though he was looking at an ant that he was about to slap to death. Of course, there was hatred and regret in his eyes. He hated that this ant had actually killed his younger brother, and he regretted that he had actually failed to protect his younger brother. So no matter what, he had to die with regret and pain in his heart. He'll probably beg for mercy. The only thing he can rely on now is the Thunder Manor. Lei Tianlan doesn't seem to say anything. Instead, Yu Cheng looks forward to being hunted down and killed. Alas, this hunting is so pitiful. That's right, it's easy for the Great Gathering to provoke other experts. To make a name for himself, he obviously took the wrong step. Many people had already guessed the next outcome. They even thought that Chase Kill would kneel down and beg for mercy, and ask Lei Tianlan to help him. In fact, the reason why Lei Tianlan didn't say anything was that she had the same idea. She wanted Zhuai Sha to beg her personally. In this way, Zhuai Sha would be loyal to her. The price is only death. I thought it was a big deal, so you don't have to threaten me. I'm not like those trash. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused the eyes of many to tremble. The pursuit was actually so crazy? What a stubborn piece of trash. I hate people like you who make big mistakes but don't know how to repent. Holy Guardian did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. His anger burned even brighter, causing the stage to shake violently. Trash? Looks like you and your brother are both trash. When dealing with trash, I usually eliminate them directly and kill them every time I see them. Lin Ling sneered. The Holy Guardian was indeed powerful, but he couldn't kill a level 4 True God easily. Otherwise, he would have killed Governor Pa Shui a long time ago. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident. You have a sharp tongue. I'll break all your teeth. Shang Taibao roared. How dare he say that his younger brother is trash? His long hair immediately fluttered. His right hand reached behind his back and grabbed a wild lightning bolt. Then he threw it at Lin Ling. This lightning was extremely fast. When it exploded, it would form 9 rings of lightning that could destroy the 9 worlds. Dead. No one thought that the pursuit would be able to block the wild thunder, because even Governor Pa Shui could not block the explosion of the thunder. Break me? You don't seem to be qualified. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned serious. Shang Taibao was a rank 3 True God. Most importantly, his talent had reached rank 8. He was a truly formidable opponent. It was also because Shang Taibao had the ultimate lightning way. He was much stronger than the experts of the flame world. Whoosh! Lin Ling stabbed out with his sword. The Azura sword formation was unstoppable, as if the sword formation wanted to sever heaven and earth. At the same time, his 2 dantians had completely merged. Is that all you've got? Let me destroy your sword. Seeing this, Shang Taibao roared out loud. His hands moved again and again. He actually plucked out wild lightning. Shang Taibao against Shang Taibao, he actually plucked out more lightning. This terrifying scene caused many people's complexions to change. Shang Taibao had to kill Shang Taibao no matter what. On the arena stage, wild lightning collided with the Azura sword formation. Sword light flowed like water, revealing its sharpness. It unceasingly cut apart the wild lightning. But the wild lightning continued to explode, turning the entire arena stage into dust. This terrifying collision undoubtedly caused many people to be frightened like cicadas in winter. This was the most terrifying battle in the Battle of Heroes. Go die! Shang Taibao's voice was like wild thunder, carrying with it a trace of savagery and madness. Universe change. Seeing that the Azura sword formation wasn't able to cut apart all of the wild lightning, Lin Ling's entire body began to emit flames, as if he had walked out from the flames. Of course, because he was wearing the scabbard and mask, the flame coffin behind him was also hidden. But his strength wasn't suppressed at all. Like this, his cultivation boundary had also reached the third stage of the World King realm. And most importantly, the universe change gave Lin Ling a terrifying speed. This was the speed of the four realms. This speed was even faster than the wild lightning. It had to be known that not only was thunder tyrannical, but it was also swift. To be faster than thunder, this could be called terrifying. What? At the base of Black Tortoise Mountain, the pupils of the powerhouses shrank. This was because they saw that Shang Taibao had actually dodged the bombardment of wild lightning. It had to be known that the arena stage had already been turned to ashes, so how could this chase have been avoided? A sword seemed to come from the horizon, bringing with it a bloodthirsty light. It appeared in front of Shang Taibao. At this time, Shang Taibao thought that Lin Ling had already died and was venting his anger. But soon, his pupils began to tremble. In his eyes, a sword light was drawing closer and closer. 9 Thunderlink. Roar! Shang Taibao roared out loud. The 9 wild lightning bolts behind him linked together, forming an impenetrable thunder pool. Borrowing the obstruction of the thunder pool, he madly retreated. Rumble! The tyrannical Song sword appeared in the thunder pool. The sword light seemed to be about to soar into the sky, stirring up the thunder pool. However, the thunder pool was extremely powerful, so it blocked the sword's momentum. At the same time, the 2 figures appeared in the arena. They looked at each other, and an oppressive storm swept across. This. Exclamation point. The crowd couldn't see through the previous battle at all because it was too fast. At this moment, their hearts were roaring, and their eyes were fixed on the arena. They saw that Shang Taibao was panting heavily, and his face was even more ferocious. When they looked at Shang Taibao again, he was wearing a large cloak and a black ghost mask. He was still as cold and ruthless as before. Shang Taibao is more powerful than we thought. Exclamation point. This scene undoubtedly made the crowd's heart explode. They thought that Shang Taibao was even weaker than Commander Pa Sui, but now they realized that Commander Pa Sui was no match for Shang Taibao. If the 2 of them fought, Commander Pa Sui would definitely be defeated, and there would be no suspense. Not bad at all. Exclamation point. Even Lei Tianlan and Yu Chengdu nodded slightly, seeming to be very satisfied. Meng Lu, did you know that he was so powerful? Yes. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, Xian Linglong said with a solemn expression. Only she knew that Shang Taibao was the real body of Shang Taibao, and this was even more terrifying. Not long ago, Shang Taibao was only the strongest second generation, but now he could threaten Shang Taibao. This speed of growth undoubtedly moved her. However, Meng Lu shook his head. He was just relying on his intuition. Slap, slap. At this moment, the sound of slapping also drifted in the air. Very well, the 2 of you are equal in strength. There is no need to continue fighting. Today's great ensemble first place is Shang Taibao. Slap. After the sound of slapping, a calm voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was Yu Cheng who spoke. Marshal Yu Qing obviously acknowledged Shang Taibao's strength and attached great importance to him. Chapter 2648. Truly powerful. Get out of here. However, after Yu Cheng's words fell, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Previously, if he couldn't block Holy Taibao's lightning, Yu Cheng would have ignored him and let him die. And now, Yu Cheng saw that his strength was not weak, so he asked him to stop? This was simply impossible for Lin Ling. He had no enmity with Holy Taibao. It was Holy Taibao's younger brother who wanted to kill him, and he, Lin Ling, was merely retaliating. However, Holy Taibao was enraged and attacked him out of humiliation. Now that it was a draw, was he supposed to pretend that nothing had happened? Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Ling's words not only caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. Even Yu Cheng's pupils constricted. You do have some ability to chase after me, but don't think that you can refute me just because you have some ability. Whoosh! However, just as Yu Cheng finished speaking, a sword shot over and stabbed heavily into the ground in front of Yu Cheng, causing it to hum without end. This was the Azura sword. It was also Lin Ling's doing. This sword represented Lin Ling's answer. Shut up. One had to know that Yu Cheng was only a martial. He, Lin Ling, was also a martial. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Moreover, he didn't like Yu Cheng's arrogant tone. How arrogant! At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Yu Cheng, he was even stunned on the spot. It was as if she didn't take him seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who thought too highly of himself. Yu Cheng, don't interfere in their affairs. At this moment, Lei Tianlan suddenly interrupted. Yu Cheng, who had just stood up, sat back down angrily. Lei Tianlan stared at Lin Ling with interest in her eyes. She liked this kind of pursuit more and more. It was obvious that he was more decisive than Yu Cheng. He was someone who was going to do great things. As for Yu Cheng, although he wasn't bad, he thought that he was a genius and looked down on everything, causing him to be a frog in a well. His achievements were probably only at the martial level. Lei Tianlan's man couldn't be just a martial. Holy Tai Bao, you said that I killed your brother and you want me to pay the price. Then what is the price? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and unleashed his 4-realm speed. A sword pierced through the void and shot towards Holy Guardian. Let I tell you, every time I see trash like your brother, I'll kill him every time I see him. Lin Ling's is Lin Ling Li, is killing. Everyone held their breaths when they saw Hot Pursuit taking the initiative to attack. Previously, when Holy Guardian attacked, they thought that Hot Pursuit was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Hot Pursuit would draw his sword in the end? I dare you to say that again. Holy Tai Bao let out a roar. He was frantically gathering lightning. Clearly, he was about to explode from anger. Lin Yi his. Lin Cheng Lin. T. The sky was filled with Lin Ling's cold voice. Lin Ling respected Shang Tai Bao for avenging his younger brother, but if he couldn't tell right from wrong, then Lin Ling would kill Shang Tai Bao too. True God martial spirit. Holy Tai Bao was infuriated. His true God martial spirit descended. 9 lightning bolts circled around him, filling the sky with lightning snakes. At the same time, an imposing lightning god emerged from behind Holy Tai Bao. The 9 lightning bolts circled around him and landed on Holy Tai Bao's head like a crown. I'll show you how domineering an 8th-grade awakened divine body is. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with Saint Tai Bao's voice. Many first-generation experts had solemn expressions. Although they were all first-generation experts, the difference in strength between them and Saint Tai Bao was too great. Indeed, none of the 13 gangsters lived up to their reputation. Can you still fight when you're being chased? After that, many people watched as Shang Tai Bao was being chased. At that moment, Shang Tai Bao had unleashed his true god martial spirit. How could the sword chase after him? You've unleashed your talent, but I haven't. It's just an 8th-grade awakened talent. It's not enough to dominate Qingzhou. At the same time, Lin Ling roared. Billowing flames rushed out from his body like an erupting volcano. Wherever he passed, flames soared into the sky. Black Tortoise Mountain instantly turned into a flame world. Shang Tai Bao's talent was 8th grade, but Lin Ling's talent was 9th grade. Moreover, Lin Ling had the inheritance of the flame world. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. Flame God, this is the true flame God. Sensing the terrifying aura, countless people's faces turned pale. Some of the weaker warriors even started to burn without any fire. Flame God was Shang Tai Bao's trump card. This guy was a genius who cultivated both the sword Dao and the flame Dao. Second brother. Witnessing Lin Ling's flames with his own eyes, Sakura couldn't help but smile emotionally. Back then in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling had used flames to burn the heavens and earth and became famous throughout the world. Today, not only did his second brother not stop on the path of flames, but he had become even more powerful. Bang bang bang. As soon as the flame world appeared, Shang Tai Bao's face turned pale. The lightning around his body started to burn. Lightning was tyrannical. However, Flame God wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Other than Lin Ling's talent being higher, Lin Ling's flames came from the most ancient flame world. As the flames soared into the sky, a sword shot out. The flame Dao and the sword Dao had completely merged. 9 Thunder King. Shang Tai Bao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely be burned to death. In terms of realm, Shang Tai Bao wasn't weaker than him. In terms of talent, Shang Taibao was stronger than him. In terms of ultimate martial Dao, he couldn't compare to Shang Taibao. He didn't have the right to be arrogant now. He didn't expect that there would be someone stronger than the 13 gangsters in this great ensemble. Therefore, he regretted it now. He even wanted to run away. After all, if he died, the Holy King Palace would have no descendants. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to run away now. The billowing flames mixed with the cold sword, one hot and one cold, brought along a chaotic melody as it attacked everything. The lightning was all burned. Shang Taibao's true god martial soul dimmed. The 9 thunder crown on his head continued to explode. Bang bang bang. Then, the lightning disappeared. Under the combination of Lin Ling's flame Dao and the sword Dao, it seemed like nothing could stop his attack. Boom. The endless sea of flames completely engulfed Shang Taibao. A sword light flashed in the flames as if it was the fastest sword in the world. Boom boom boom. Then, a figure slowly walked out from the raging flames. When the martial artists below Black Tortoise Mountain saw who it was, their hearts trembled violently. Shang Taibao had walked out. When the flames gradually dimmed, they saw a corpse lying on the ground. It was Shang Taibao. The 13 gangsters had been defeated. Although they had guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes still gave them a huge shock. He's so strong. Many people felt as if they had been slapped in the face. After all, they thought that they would die for sure. This meant that Shang Taibao had the strength to step into the top 30 of the Heavenly Crossing list. If Martial Governor Pa Sui fought with him, he would only be killed. Chapter 2649. My goal is to kill you. In the chaos of the universe, anomalies would be born at a certain time. They would be rising stars who would defeat famous experts and become famous in Qing province. Clearly, the anomaly was the one who chased after him. What was certain was that the name of being hunted was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Amazing! Lei Tianlan also smiled. It was a smile of appreciation. Beside her, Yu Cheng had an ugly expression on his face. Previously, he had asked Lin Ling to call a truce with the Holy Guardian, but Lin Ling had refuted him. At that time, he thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself and was simply courting death. But in the end, the one who died was Holy Tycoon. He had become even more delusional. In reality, he was even more aware that with his strength, he might not be able to gain an advantage in a battle against the pursuers. This further proved that how could he be qualified to make the pursuers work for him? At this moment, Yu Qing felt unbearably ashamed. He even flew into a rage out of humiliation, as if he had lost all face. Fortunately, I didn't fight him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. As for Meng Lu, his expression was extremely solemn. His intuition was right. Based on the terrifying strength that Lin Ling had displayed earlier, he estimated that the battle between him and Lin Ling would end in a draw. Therefore, he did not fight with Lin Ling now. This was indeed a good choice. Good. The meeting of heroes is completely over. The first place is the pursuit. At this time, Lei Tianlan's voice finally rang out. She glanced at the crowd, as if asking if anyone had any objections. However, at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, it was completely silent. No one had any objections. The power of the pursuit was obvious to all. Lei Tianlan stood up and said to Lin Ling with a smile, "You want to hunt me down, right? Your talent and strength are excellent. You are decisive and daring to take responsibility for your actions. You will become a great person in the future. On behalf of the Leiyin Mansion, I will reward you with the Leiyin Token, which is a supreme-grade celestial treasure that can block a large number of attacks from the true immortal realm." It had to be said that she indeed had the ambition to do great things. She had already openly bribed Lin Ling. Of course, after she finished speaking, she quietly looked at Xianling Long. She was thinking that no matter what, she had to snatch this opportunity from Xianling Long. A supreme-grade immortal treasure. Hearing Lei Tianlan's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. To be able to block the attacks of large numbers of true god realms, this treasure was very heaven-defying. With this treasure, his strength would increase by at least 50%. Many people looked at Chase Assassin with envy, but they were helpless because Chase Assassin was indeed worthy of being recruited with great treasures. That bitch! In the distance, Xian Linglong's face was extremely ugly. She was the one who had chased after Yi Shiwen's men, but Lei Tianlan had openly recruited them. Wasn't this embarrassing for her? Furthermore, after the battle on the arena, she placed great importance on being hunted down. How could she hand it over so easily? Give it to her. However, at this time, an ethereal voice sounded in her ears. It was Meng Lu, and his words made Xian Linglong frown, as if she didn't understand. Lin Ling will never become Lei Tianlan's man. He has his own principles, and he must take revenge for any enmity. Therefore, no matter what Lei Tianlan plans to do, Lin Ling will definitely kill her. Meng Lu transmitted his voice again. Xian Linglong couldn't help but smile. This was beneficial to her. Moreover, if Lin Ling killed Lei Tianlan, he would have nowhere to go. At that time, it would be the time for Xian Linglong to extend an olive branch. One had to admit, whether it was Xian Linglong or Lei Tianlan, both of them were extremely shrewd. But, don't think too much about it. Lin Ling is not someone you can control. However, Meng Lu's next words made Xian Linglong freeze on the spot. She couldn't control Lin Ling? Moreover, these words came from Meng Lu? If it was someone else who said this, she wouldn't believe it. After all, with her identity as the Azure Dragon Mansion's daughter, a mere Lin Ling shouldn't be difficult to control. However, she couldn't help but believe Meng Lu's words. At this time, Lin Ling ignored Xian Linglong. Just like what Meng Lu said, he had no intention of joining the Azure Dragon Mansion, nor did he intend to be controlled by anyone. He walked towards Lei Tianlan. Chase seems to be Azure Dragon Mansion's Xian Linglong's man, but now he has switched sides and joined the Thundersound Manor. A top-grade immortal artifact. This isn't something that anyone can refuse. Looking at Lin Ling's actions, many people began to speculate. Lei Tianlan smiled faintly, and she was a little excited. She had finally succeeded in recruiting Chase. She had a feeling that in the future, Chase's name would shake the great Azure Divine Dynasty. She watched as Chase walked step by step towards the high platform, and a smile appeared on her face. She also went up to welcome him, and a Thundersound token appeared in her hand, ready to reward Lin Ling. Watching the distance between the two getting closer and closer, at the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Sakura sneered. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. His second brother was finally close to Lei Tianlan. Chase, your sword, your flame capital is very powerful. Today, in order to make your name known in the Four-Ring City, you have indeed put in a lot of effort. Gradually, the two got closer, and Lei Tianlan took the initiative to speak. Her eyes were full of admiration because even when Chase met her, he was still indifferent and unmoved. This kind of calmness was rare. At least when other men saw her, most of them were excited. In order to achieve my goal, I have been working hard all this time. Lin Ling also spoke. His voice was very cold. In order to achieve your goal, your indomitable perseverance is indeed worthy of us cultivators to learn. Now you have achieved your goal, and, can you take off your mask? Lei Tianlan tucked the hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, revealing a beautiful smile. That smile immediately made Yu Cheng's face turn ugly. He naturally could see that Lei Tianlan admired Chase very much. Unfortunately, although he was not convinced, it seemed that he could not find a way to suppress Chase. My goal has not been achieved yet. However, Lin Ling said lightly and indifferently, you want to see my face? Yes, I'm very curious and I'm looking forward to it. According to my knowledge, swordsmen are cold and aloof, so your face under the mask must be extraordinary. Lei Tianlan laughed again, which made Lin Ling shake his head with a sarcastic smile on his face. In the past, he had no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but Lei Tianlan coveted his space-time steel, framed him, killed him, and made Yu and the others suffer countless times. Today, he came to kill Lei Tianlan. Ironically, Lei Tianlan was actually looking forward to seeing his face under the mask. If Lei Tianlan knew that he was Lin Ling, who knew what she would think? My appearance will definitely surprise you. However, compared to my appearance, let me first tell you my purpose. Lin Ling said indifferently as he slowly pulled out the sword on his back. This action undoubtedly surprised Lei Tianlan, but she believed that Chase would not do anything excessive to her, unless he was stupid. Therefore, she subconsciously rejected this idea, and even thought that Chase seemed to be asking her to help him forge a sword. Yes, this might be the purpose of Chase. And the Leiyin mansion also had the strength to do so. Then what is your goal? Lei Tianlan asked kindly. Clang! The sword flashed, and the killing intent was fierce. A sword seemed to pass through the void, and ruthlessly shot towards Lei Tianlan. Chapter 2650. Why do I want to kill you? The sword shocked the world. Everyone at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain was shocked, especially when they heard Lin Ling's firm words. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan? It should be known that Lei Tianlan attached great importance to huntsmen, even more so than her fiancé, Yu Cheng. However, Huntsman gave up such great love and wanted to kill Lei Tianlan. This is crazy. Lei Tianlan was the daughter of the Lei Yin Manor. Killing her was equivalent to offending the Lei Yin Manor. No normal person would give up a bright future just to offend Lei Tianlan. Some people even thought they were hallucinating. However, the sword revealed a cold glint and killed decisively. It was so firm. It was so ruthless. Everything was in the name of being hunted. Why? Lei Tianlan was the commander-in-chief and the daughter of the Lei Yin Manor. Her strength was not weak. She retreated like a willow catkin. However, she only asked because she couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, the sword did not answer her. It was still coming at her coldly. Boom. However, Lei Tianlan immediately unleashed an ancient and turbulent chi power. A huge purple bamboo appeared in front of her. The bamboo was covered with purple thunder and attracted the pursuing sword. Lei Yin bamboo. Seeing this, many ancient experts' faces changed slightly. They could see that it was the thunderclap token. According to legend, the Lei Yin token was made by the Lei Yin bamboo. The Lei Yin bamboo was a divine bamboo that grew in the chaos of the universe. It eventually became the master of the Lei Yin Manor. Crackle! However, the sword was still chasing her. The Ashura sword formation shot out, filling the sky with sword shadows and shocking the world. Boom! With a loud boom, the sky exploded and the whole four-ring city was shaken. How is it? The people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Today's event was full of twists and turns. Lei Tianlan is a commander-in-chief, and she's from the Lei Yin prefecture. She must be stronger than commander-in-chief. That chase can't kill her. Someone said coldly. If the chase failed, he would die. In the sky, the lightning gradually dispersed, revealing a slender figure. She stood in the sky like a queen. She was Lei Tianlan. On the other side, Lin Ling was also standing there, his eyes sparkling. Lei Tianlan was indeed the daughter of the Lei Yin Manor. She had a strong background. Look, it failed. Seeing the two of them appear, many people immediately made a noise. Indeed, chasing after Lei Tianlan wouldn't be able to kill her, not even a strand of her hair. Even the Azure Dragon Mansion's Shen Linglong might not have the ability to kill Lei Tianlan. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Someone else said disdainfully. Perhaps the pursuit today was too dazzling, so they were jealous and wanted nothing more than for the latter to die in front of them. However, after that voice, a strand of black hair floated down from the sky like a withered flower. People saw that although Lei Tianlan was fine, the hair on her cheek had been cut off by the sword. This meant that if Lei Tianlan did not have the protection of the Lei Yin token, she might have died. So scary. This unforeseen event made people's hearts tremble, especially those who were gloating over Lei Tianlan's misfortune. Their expressions froze, speechless. Why kill me? In the sky, Lei Tianlan crossed her arms behind her back, but her expression was cold. At the same time, thousands of eyes were on the pursuit. They were also curious as to why the pursuit didn't let Lei Tianlan go. Your strength is not bad. Even I am wary of you. However, I have the Lei Yin token, you can't kill me. So, you better tell me why you want to kill me. Lei Tianlan said again. At this moment, she seemed to be fearless. Hearing this, Lin Ling remained motionless. His hand slowly reached for the mask on his face. The moment his hand touched the mask, an even more mysterious aura filled the air. Rumble. The first to change were the swords floating around Lin Ling. Those swords began to turn pitch black. The Ashura sword formation returned to its original form. Ashura sword! Exclamation point. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, many people who practiced the Ashura sword formation exclaimed. There are 81 swords. As far as I know, there are no more than 3 people in the first generation who have this sword. Someone suddenly guessed. Could it be him? Boom. At the same time, the terrifying flame coffin appeared behind Lin Ling. The flame coffin had arrived. It's really him. Yes. At this moment, the whole Black Tortoise Mountain was shocked. If the Ashura sword formation could not represent that person, then the flame coffin definitely could. In the Pride tournament, the strongest second generation defeated Meng Lu. At that time, he showed the flame coffin. Because of his unique temperament, it was also talked about in the 3 academies. Who is he? Yes. Of course, there were countless experts in the Four-Ring City, and there were still some who did not realize it. Lin Ling. Yes. When an ancient voice floated up, Black Tortoise Mountain became even quieter. Even the strongest generation, although they did not take Lin Ling seriously, had heard of Lin Ling's name. Of course, the most surprised person was Lei Tianlan. Her eyes were fixed as if she could not believe everything in front of her eyes. Lin Ling was still alive and had returned. She could not help but think of the past. At that time, Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, but he exposed the time steal, so she was very interested in Lin Ling. She invited Lin Ling to meet her and tried to kill him. Who knew that Lin Ling was so difficult to deal with, and he would rather die than submit. Lei Tianlan did not care about all of this at all. He was just the strongest second generation, and that was all he could achieve in his life. However, in today's brave stratagem gathering, a mysterious assassin was born. He overcame all difficulties and finally became the king of the arena, which made her pay great attention to him and think that he had unlimited potential. However, the person she paid attention to was Lin Ling, who she did not take seriously in the past. How terrifying! Wow! Lei Tianlan had to admit that she had indeed underestimated Lin Ling. The strongest second generation in the past had now become the 30th generation on the heavenly crossing list. With such progress, who else in Jianghu could compare to him? Lin Ling, the strongest second generation not long ago, has now entered the 30th generation. Wow! After Lei Tianlan recovered from her shock, people also realized how monstrous Lin Ling was. They also felt that it was ironic that Lei Tianlan wanted to kill Lin Ling in the past, but now she valued Lin Ling so much that she did not hesitate to give up Yu Cheng for Lin Ling. All of this felt like a dream. Lei Tianlan must be regretting it now. No wonder you wear a mask. All of this is to get close to me. Lei Tianlan seemed to understand everything. She was in an extremely complicated mood. Finally she smiled and said, "How about we shake hands and make peace?" Boom. Hearing that, countless people's hearts exploded. Chapter 2651. His principles would never change. Because they knew Lei Tianlan's pride. Such a noble woman would never lower her noble head, unless a miracle happened. And today, a miracle had indeed happened. However, they knew that Lei Tianlan didn't admit defeat. She just didn't want to give up on a talented young man. I was wrong in the past, and I apologize here. But as long as you agree to shake hands and make peace, I promise you on behalf of Lei Yin Manor that we will train you with all our resources. We will even let you enter the great Azure Divine Dynasty. You will be qualified to step into the Five-Ring City and stand at the peak of Jianghu. Lei Tianlan said again. She was indeed shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, in order to get close to her, Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties. This kind of courage was also the courage to do great things. Therefore, she valued Lin Ling very much. Enter Five-Ring City. Hearing Lei Tianlan's words, many people became even more jealous, but they also felt that Lin Ling had the qualifications. After all, not everyone could charge to the 30th place on the heavenly crossing rankings in such a short period of time. This was also the potential that only the 9 heavens of the Azure State possessed. Are you trying to recruit me? At this moment, Lin Ling let out a calm laugh. That's right. Do you agree? Lei Tianlan looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, I can tell you that you can't kill me, so why are you so stubborn? She obviously gave Lin Ling enough face. However, Lin Ling knew that Lei Tianlan was only giving him face because of his strength. Lei Tianlan was an ambitious person who valued strength more than anything else. Do you know my life principle? Lin Ling shook his head and said. Then he saw Lei Tianlan's eyes twinkling. He said again, I will treat people the same way they treat me. This is my principle and it will never change. It would never change. When the last word was spoken, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was completely silent. Lin Ling seemed to have given his answer. He refused. What courage! He's so stubborn. If he doesn't have a stubborn personality, then how can he grow? I finally know why he is so powerful. It is precisely because he is firm and won't be tempted by external things. This Lin Ling is really arrogant. Some of the ancient experts exclaimed in admiration. If a person kept going back on his words, he might be able to do well in the short term, but in the long run, it would be detrimental to the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, how many people could actually do it? Therefore, they could see from this that Lin Ling was also a martial arts fanatic. Since you can't kill me, do you really want to die? Wouldn't it be better to give up everything and make peace with me? Lei Tianlan's pupils turned red, as if she was still unwilling to give up. It will never change. Lin Ling stepped forward. His grip on the sword became even steadier. In the holy land of the rainforest, his principles would never change. In the martial god world, his principles would never change. If they changed, he wouldn't be Lin Ling. The Thunder Sound Manor is a powerful force in the Four-Ring City. Even the Azure Dragon Manor doesn't dare to provoke us. Moreover, the Thunder Sound Manor can meet the great Azure Divine Dynasty's Divine Sovereign and allow you to have a meteoric rise in your future. Are you really going to give up everything? Lei Tianlan shouted again. She didn't believe that Lin Ling would give up everything. It will never change. However, Lin Ling's voice was as firm as ever. Perhaps he could have a limitless future if he joined the Thunder Sound Manor, but it went against his principles. Moreover, who would bear the pain that Yu and the others suffered? Moreover, if Lin Ling was really recruited, then he might lose his sense of gratitude. How others treat me, how should I treat others? If someone did Lin Ling a favor in the future, would Lin Ling attack his benefactor in order to become stronger? This was something that Lin Ling would never be able to do. Therefore, his principles were irreversible. I, Lin Ling, have been preparing for this day for a long time. Lei Tianlan, you said that I can't kill you, but let me tell you, even God can't save you. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. The flame coffin behind him emitted a crackling sound, as if something was about to awaken. Seeing this, fear rose in Lei Tianlan's heart. Lin Ling was too determined. In a battle between cultivators, the most terrifying thing was this kind of indomitable martial fanatic. Whoosh! At the same time, a sword shot towards Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling had made his move. Lin Ling, how dare you? Do you really think you're something? However, at this time, a roar erupted. Rolling sound waves rushed towards them from all directions. A huge white fish appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and swallowing Lin Ling. The most frightening thing was that this white fish had huge wings. There was a fish in the northern underworld named Kuan. This was the true bloodline of the Kuan. Many similar martial arts had been born in the myriad worlds, but they were all imitations of the Kuan's original form. It was said that in the chaos of the universe, there was a fish swimming in the myriad worlds. When it spread its wings, it transformed into a rock and could easily travel between worlds. It's Marshal Yu Cheng. Seeing this, many people exclaimed. Yu Cheng's talent was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he was the marshal of the Skyward Battalion. To be able to become a marshal, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Yu Cheng is going to stop Lin Ling, and it is said that Lin Ling is also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. This is a battle between marshals. I think Yu Cheng is stronger. Today, although I admire Lin Ling's spirit, it's obvious that he can't kill Lei Tianlan. However, this is also Lin Ling's best chance. If he misses it, it will be even harder to kill him. Many experts clenched their fists, and their hearts were inexplicably surging. This gathering of heroes had quietly become an earth-shattering battle in the Four-Ring City. The reason was Lin Ling. At this moment, who didn't know him? Yu Cheng's attack could be said to have exploded with his full strength, because the white giant fish was his true god martial soul. The surging aura made the experts shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling would be stopped by Marshal Yu Cheng. Rumble. In fact, it was indeed so. The giant fish opened its mouth as if it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, the giant fish's speed was extremely fast, like a rock, causing Lin Ling to be unable to react in time. Then, he was swallowed into the fish's stomach. The victory and defeat seemed to be clear at a glance. What a pity! Seeing this scene, Shen Linglong couldn't help but shake her head regretfully. Lin Ling, after all, was a rising star. He was still a little weaker than Yu Cheng, who had been famous for a long time. He shouldn't have died so easily. Next to her, Meng Lu frowned. He didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Yu Cheng, but he thought that it would be a pity for Lin Ling to die like this, because he still wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Tianlan, that ignorant junior has been killed by me. At this moment, Yu Cheng's domineering voice came from the sky, causing Black Tortoise Mountain to sway continuously. He seemed to have proven himself, which made him very excited. Because he also told Lei Tianlan that a mere Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him, the marshal of the Heaven Tribute Camp. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan also let out a sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Ling had indeed frightened her. She wanted to smile and nod, but her pupils suddenly shrank, and all the words were swallowed back into her stomach. Chapter 2652. In the name of being hunted. The huge ancient fish continued to sway, and flames were spewing out from its mouth. What happened? I used the true god martial soul. In fact, Yu Cheng could feel the ominous premonition the most, and his face turned pale. Thump thump. Almost at the same time, the terrifying sound of a heartbeat was heard, causing the hearts of many Black Tortoise Mountain warriors to jump. Could that be Lin Ling's true god martial soul? Someone stared at the sky and said anxiously. His words made many people nod. Lin Ling had never shown his true god martial soul until now. But he gave birth to a true god martial soul at the true god realm, which made people wonder how Lin Ling cultivated. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying flames surged out majestically. The huge white fish actually twitched as it was burned by the colorful flames. Puff! Yu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong, so he immediately used his full strength and used his true god martial soul to quickly devour Lin Ling. He didn't want to give Lin Ling any chance to resist. However, he found that he couldn't devour Lin Ling. His true god martial soul dimmed, and finally exploded. A coffin full of flames floated in the sky, a ghastly sight. On the coffin, the ancient heart from the flame world was beating slightly. Every time it beat, a melody spread out, and circles of flame clouds bloomed. This scene made the ground even more silent. The flame coffin and the heart were the most monstrous things they had ever seen in their lives. Especially the flame coffin, the lid of the coffin was constantly trembling, as if something terrible was awakening. I am the pursuit. Finally, a low voice came from the coffin, and the lid of the coffin finally exploded. An evil flame god covered in red scales appeared in the world. Red hair danced wildly, and the flames were shocking. At this moment, not only the warriors on the ground, but even Yu Cheng and Lei Tianlan's hearts trembled. That evil ancient object gave them a strong sense of pressure. It's you. At this moment, the red-haired man in the sky looked at Yu Cheng Dao. Yu Cheng Dao opened his mouth wide and didn't dare to say a word. A hero saving a damsel in distress. This is something that everyone praises. I also like it very much. The man spat out a sentence. He actually disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yu Cheng. His speed reached the speed of 5 realms. It was too fast. No one was able to react at all. It could be said that in this generation, other than the top few people on the Tianyue list, no one could see through this speed. Me. Looking at the tall man, Yu Cheng said nervously, I give up. This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill her, then kill her. I won't interfere anymore. In the face of an unfathomable strength, Yu Cheng obviously gave up on Lei Tianlan. The reason why he pursued Lei Tianlan was because of the Lei Yin mansion. This is Yu Cheng? Seeing Yu Cheng abandon Lei Tianlan without hesitation, many people's eyes immediately flashed with sarcasm. You're the marshal? You want to recruit me? You want me to be your general? The red-haired man smiled and seemed to be very curious. Hearing this, Yu Cheng's face froze and was full of awkwardness. Was he qualified? He was also a marshal like Lin Ling, but when he saw Lin Ling, he could only tremble, fear, and even beg for mercy. I was wrong. Yu Cheng lowered his head and said, his body still trembling. You're afraid of me? The red-haired man tilted his head, his expression full of ridicule. His words made Yu Cheng raise his head involuntarily. He could give up on Lei Tianlan, but he seemed unwilling to lower his noble head. However, the pride in his heart, when he saw the red-haired man's evil smile, The confidence that Yu Cheng had just built up collapsed instantly. He lowered his head and said sincerely, "Your Excellency, I'm indeed afraid. Please spare my life. I won't be involved in your matters anymore." After saying this, he immediately turned and left. He was indeed afraid of everything. However, he was also very careful when he turned around, afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't attack, which made him feel relieved. Looking at the cautious Yu Cheng, the crowd felt that it was extremely ironic. Marshal Yu Cheng was obviously a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He seemed to be domineering, but he was only strong in appearance. However, people were also very curious. Did Lin Ling really intend to let Yu Cheng go? He's dead. However, Sakura sneered. He knew his second brother's temperament. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would pay them back 10 times. Sure enough, after he spoke, the red-haired man's figure vanished and reappeared in front of Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt as if he was a rabbit that had been targeted by a ferocious wolf. "You promised to let me go," Yu Cheng said with a pale face. He seemed to be able to guess what would happen next. "I did promise you, but you made me very unhappy. Because you didn't continue to act like a hero saving a beauty. I hate people who give up halfway." The red-haired man revealed an evil smile. He stretched out one hand and with lightning speed, penetrated Yu Cheng's chest in an instant. "You didn't keep your word." Yu Cheng couldn't resist at all and shouted unwillingly, "I am the evil infernal god. How can I keep my word?" Whoosh! With the red-haired man's overbearing tearing, the dignified marshal of the Heaven Tribute Camp was torn in half. Blood sprinkled in the sky, which was a ghastly sight. Marshal Yu Cheng of the Heaven Tribute Camp was an extremely powerful existence in this generation. Previously, when he unleashed the true god martial spirit, everyone thought that he had defeated Lin Ling. However, when Lin Ling unleashed the true god martial spirit, Yu Cheng couldn't withstand a single blow. All of this seemed to have happened very slowly. But in fact, it happened in a flash. In the sky, Lei Tianlan's face became even paler. She muttered to herself, "Lin Ling, how did his strength become so strong? Not only does he have the true god martial spirit, but it's obviously not an ordinary thing." Bang! Everything that happened in front of her eyes was completely different from what she had imagined. The huge contrast made her feel a strong sense of regret. She shouldn't have coveted Lin Ling's time and space steal. Because Lin Ling couldn't be offended. While she was feeling complicated, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of her. He appeared like a ghost and grabbed Lei Tianlan with his big hand. Looking at the rapidly approaching flaming palm, Lei Tianlan finally knew the name of the hunt. It turned out that she was the one being hunted. "Your Excellency, how dare you?" Of course, because of Yu Cheng's obstruction, a large number of experts had already arrived. They wanted to stop Lin Ling and kill Lin Ling. They would never let Lin Ling kill Lei Tianlan. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Thundersound Manor. In fact, many experts were hidden in Black Tortoise Mountain for the meeting of heroes, but they were far away from Lin Ling. Those who were close to Lin Ling thought for a moment and immediately took action. This was because this time, the Thundersound Manor would owe them a favor. Chapter 2653. Who doesn't know you? "Lin Ling, give me your life." The immortal plum sword had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time, and she pulled out her sword. "Bitch, how dare you stop my brother?" However, just as the immortal plum sword was about to stop Lin Ling, a domineering aura shot up to the sky. A white bone giant seemed to have crawled out from the ground, and a rolling white bone fist was thrown at the immortal plum sword. Boom! Before the fist landed, the Black Tortoise Mountain exploded. Rocks the size of houses rolled in the sky, and in the next moment, they turned into dust. That punch was so terrifying. Someone is helping Lin Ling. Looking at the clash between the top experts, many people's eyes were filled with excitement. They realized that the person who attacked was the mysterious Di Shirtian. Most importantly, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to block the immortal plum sword. Boom! 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 Di Shirtian's strength made the immortal plum sword curse in anger. She did not expect Lin Ling's brother to be so strong. Will Lin Ling succeed? The immortal plum sword was blocked, which meant that no one could stop Lin Ling from taking revenge. Therefore, many people were looking forward to it. In fact, many people admired Lin Ling secretly, because Lin Ling was a real man, and he would repay any kindness. Today, in order to take revenge, he hid his identity and approached Lei Tianlan, enduring humiliation. Not everyone had this kind of determination, so they wanted to see Lin Ling succeed in his revenge. Dream on! However, the Thunder Mansion did have a strong foundation, and they brought another expert, and the one who attacked was a level 5 true god. Xian Linglong, don't you want to recruit Lin Ling? This is an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Lu's eyes flickered, and he said quickly, You want me to help Lin Ling? Xian Linglong frowned. Helping Lin Ling was equivalent to falling out with the Thunder Mansion. Was it worth it? This opportunity will not come again. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Meng Lu said calmly. Xian Linglong's face became anxious. Should she help or not? In fact, she thought that Lin Ling was a failure and couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at all. Go help him. However, Xian Linglong was indeed an ambitious woman. She made a decision when it was necessary. Because she and Lei Tianlan were rivals, she gambled and hoped that Lin Ling would succeed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Experts from Xian Linglong's side immediately shot out, and they were all at the 5th stage of True God realm. They blocked all the incoming experts. Rumble! The fierce battle continued to erupt, shaking the entire 4-ring city. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. What a terrifying battle! The fuse was Lin Ling. Looking at the great battle that could kill any first-level true god, countless people's faces turned pale. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling. Now that no one could stop Lin Ling, would Lin Ling succeed? Boom! Lin Ling naturally sensed that someone was helping him. The opportunity was fleeting, and he wouldn't waste it. Raging flames appeared in his palm, and he slapped it towards Lei Tianlan. However, Lei Tianlan had already used the Thunder Token, so she barely blocked Lin Ling's attack. It's useless. You can't break the Thunder Token. Lin Ling, you'd better run away immediately. When the people from the Thunder Mansion come, you won't be able to escape. Lei Tianlan said malevolently. Lin Ling had become a huge threat. Boom, boom, boom. However, after her voice, the surrounding purple lightning dimmed by quite a bit. What? She immediately let out a cry of horror. Lin Ling was about to break her thunderclap command through Quang Ba's attack. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached the 4th stage of True God realm? Bang! With Lin Ling's crazy attacks, the Thunder Token was completely shattered. Seeing this, the ground was in an uproar. Impossible! Lei Tianlan once again let out a cry of horror. Fortunately, she still had a Thunder Token, which she had originally given to Lin Ling as a reward. Who knew that she would use it to save her life? The new Thunder Token once again formed a raging thunderbolt to protect Lei Tianlan. Of course, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before this Thunder Token was shattered. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. But let me tell you, you can't kill me. My grandmother is here. Roar! Lei Tianlan couldn't help but roar. At this moment, she wanted Lin Ling to die. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still attacking fiercely, attacking the Thunder Token at the speed of 5 realms. He and Lei Tianlan were obviously racing against time. What a shrewd junior. But don't be so arrogant. Bang! But at this moment, another terrifying expert arrived. It was the mansion master of the Holy King's mansion. Obviously, after the death of the 2 holy guardians, he immediately rushed over. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he immediately let out a terrifying killing intent. The imposing manner of the Holy King had descended on the 4th ring city. This was an expert who had surpassed the true God realm. Lin Ling is dead. Bang! Seeing this, many people shook their heads regretfully. Lin Ling was so close. Lin Ling is not running away. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan even if he dies? This was indeed an unchanging principle. Bang! However, many people exclaimed because Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. His target was only Lei Tianlan. His boldness undoubtedly made more people admire Lin Ling. Holy King, Lord of the 3 realms, my bright academy's business has nothing to do with you. Go! Just when the expert of the Holy King's mansion was about to kill Lin Ling, a roar was heard. The sky was forcibly separated, and the universe was chaotic. Tens of thousands of stars shone brightly, and 3 of them were the most dazzling, as if they had come from another martial god realm. An arrow light shot out at a speed faster than the speed of 10 worlds. Not good. The Lord of the 3 realms of the Holy King's Mansion Master exclaimed in horror. Boom! The giant arrow fell, and all the buildings in the 4th ring city collapsed. Even the 3rd ring city was affected. At the same time, an old man appeared in the sky like a god. He held a dazzling ancient bow in his hand. The bow was 2 meters long, and it was extremely brilliant. Most importantly, the arrow on the bow was extremely dazzling, as if it was transformed from a meteor. Vice Principal Gong. Looking at the indomitable expert, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was Mount Tai and Beidou of the Bright Academy. No one had expected that Mount Tai and Beidou would fight for Lin Ling. Let's see who dares to stop Lin Ling today. After Vice Principal Gong's appearance, many more Mount Tai and Beidou appeared. They were Luo Ri Yao, Lord 8, and Red Jade Tiger from the Martial God Camp. All of these experts had actually gathered in 4 Ring City. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is surging. Today, Lin Ling actually caused such a huge commotion in the 4th Ring City. At this moment, everyone was moved. Aren't you guys too overbearing? Are you trying to kill Lei Tianlan in front of everyone? However, after Vice Principal Gong and the other experts appeared, a large number of experts also arrived from the other side. Maquis Sovereign Heaven. Lord 8's face instantly turned ugly. I didn't expect that Grand Duke Lin would also come. Viscount Fish Dragon. The violent commotion in the 4th Ring City had undoubtedly attracted a large number of ancient experts. The latecomers were obviously here to kill Lin Ling, making the situation difficult to decide. Chapter 2654. The 4 Ring City was in turmoil. Do you think the laws of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty don't exist? I'd like to see if you're going to be so lawless. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice shouted coldly and ordered the experts behind him to attack immediately. Lin Ling, go to hell. The Emperor of Tading Commandery, the only commandery among the 4 commanderies, had also arrived. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. How dare you? Vice Principal Gong and the others naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Lin Ling does whatever he wants and treats the Great Azure Divine Dynasty as if it doesn't exist. Such a rebel deserves to be killed. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was extremely smart. He insisted that Lin Ling had violated the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's rules, so the experts behind him were also unscrupulous. Fight, fight, fight. The situation was like an arrow on a bow, and they had to be released. Vice Principal Gong and the others also rushed over. At the same time, they thought to themselves, Lin Ling, time is running out. We have to get rid of Lei Tianlan as soon as possible. They knew very well that they wouldn't be able to stop it in the long run. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice had already charged Lin Ling with a crime of looking down on the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and being lawless. Eventually, more experts would be attracted. At that time, Lin Ling would definitely be killed. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Under the collision of the 2 terrifying forces, the 4 Ring City continued to shake. Even the 4 Ring City noticed the shocking battle here. And the fuse was Lin Ling, who was now the focus of everyone's attention. Could he successfully kill Lei Tianlan? This was the thought that rose in everyone's mind. Haha, Lin Ling, I told you can't kill me. At this moment, Lei Tianlan was no longer panicking. She hid in the Thunder Token and laughed arrogantly. You must have had a good time recently. Your market was almost destroyed by me. Your wife, your friends, they all suffered 100 times the humiliation. All of this is because of you. And let me tell you, after tomorrow, I will increase the pressure by 100-fold and make you and your friends regret coming to Qing province. Lei Tianlan's crazy voice continued to spread, making people tremble with fear. This woman looked weak, but she was very vicious. No wonder Lin Ling wanted to kill her. Boom, boom. Lin Ling was also continuously attacking, but it was clearly a little difficult to break the thunderclap command. Time passed bit by bit, leaving Lin Ling less and less time. Lin Ling, save it for next time. In the end, a solemn voice came from the sky. It was Vice Dean Gong's voice. Lin Ling could not break Lei Tianlan's defense in a short time, so it was useless to continue fighting. However, Lin Ling still did not retreat. Lin Ling, More experts are coming. We can't hold them off for much longer. Lord Eighth also admired Lin Ling's courage and determination, but if he did not leave now, Lin Ling would probably never be able to leave. Never change. Finally, Lin Ling made a determined voice. Just like his name, he would not stop chasing. His principle would never change. Today, he had to kill Lei Tianlan. Even if he went to hell, he would not regret his choice today. This guy. They stared at the red-haired man in the sky. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration. This was what a martial artist should be like. Rumble. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Finally, an even more terrifying expert had arrived. The ground shook as if there was an earth dragon swimming in it. Moreover, the entire four-ring city was surging. Countless experts immediately fell to the ground, and their faces were extremely pale. What kind of divine being was this? Crackle! Countless thunderbolts rushed out of the ground like fire snakes. The ground of the four-ring city exploded, and the whole city was turned into demons. They're here, they're finally here. In the sky, Vice Dean Gong's face was extremely solemn. He knew who was coming. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a huge bamboo tree grew out of the ground. The bamboo was so big that it was even more majestic than any mountain. As the bamboo grew, it was accompanied by thunderbolts. This was the thunder bamboo, a divine object born in the chaos of the universe. This was also the symbol of the Thunder Sound Manor Master, the Thunder Sound Mother. Her strength was known to everyone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was also the reason why no one dared to provoke the Thunder Sound Manor. Oh no, what should we do now? Lord Eighth's face was also very serious. With the arrival of the Thunder Sound Mother, Lin Ling would definitely die. Haha, my grandmother is here. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lei Tianlan sensed the change in the ground and immediately let out a sharp voice. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her mind. There was only madness and bloodlust. It was hard to imagine that she was actually a delicate woman. She was simply a female demon. Rumble! At the same time, countless bamboos shot toward Lin Ling, accompanied by the terrifying purple thunderbolts. Wherever they passed, a large number of martial artists died. Even their bones were electrocuted into powder. Lin Ling, the moment of life and death had arrived. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others could not save Lin Ling in time. Even if they could, they might not be a match for the Thunder Sound Mother. Die, beast! The old woman's sinister voice rang at the same time. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Second brother. Sakura was still fighting with the immortal plum sword, but he let out an anxious and worried voice. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling turned a blind eye to the thunder bamboo that filled the sky. He was still resolutely attacking Lei Tianlan, as if telling everyone that he would never stop unless he died. Everyone watched helplessly as Lin Ling was drowned by countless bolts of lightning and gradually disappeared. In the end, they could only vaguely see a lonely figure still fighting among the ferocious purple bolts of lightning. He still did not fall. Lin Ling's principle would not change for the rest of his life. 9 lanterns. However, just as the huge power of the thunder bamboo was about to drown Lin Ling, the sky changed and the universe opened. A mysterious fish suddenly swam over from the universe. The fish was huge, ancient, and surging. There were 9 mysterious lanterns on top of its head. Those lanterns were blooming with divine light, illuminating the earth. The purple thunderbolts that entangled Lin Ling were all frozen in place. Then, like ice meeting sunlight, they gradually melted. The 9 lanterns fish was so terrifying. Who are you? On the earth, the Thunder Sound Mother let out a shocked voice. The person who could easily destroy her attack was very strong. Who else is coming? What a powerful strength! People also exclaimed. After the appearance of the 9 lanterns fish, the entire four-ring city was razed to the ground in an instant. No one knew how many people had died. Lin Ling, I'm not here at the moment, so I can only help you temporarily. You must seize the time. In the sky, a majestic voice floated out, shocking the crowd and making their eardrums hurt. However, they were even more shocked because the person who attacked was not in Jianghu, but could block the attack of the Thunder Sound Mother. What if that person was in Jianghu? This was obviously a godlike existence. Lin Ling's appeal is so terrifying. He actually knows such a powerful person. Not only people, But even Vice President Gong and the others were shocked. It's him. Chapter 2655. I want to be extraordinary. Because the other party was also a member of the 9 States' 10 Evils. He seemed to be Lu Chen, the legendary 9 Lanterns of the Founders' Alliance. With the other party's help, Lin Ling was like a fish in water. At this moment, his momentum was rising rapidly, and he continued to suppress Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan did not expect Lin Ling to be so influential. She underestimated Lin Ling again. It's useless. That person is obviously not in Jianghu. He will disappear sooner or later. You Lin Ling will also die. However, thinking that Lin Ling would not be able to break her thunder token in a short time, Lei Tianlan shouted crazily. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling also said coldly. The evil charm on his face gradually disappeared, and he became ruthless and decisive. For some reason, his eyes made Lei Tianlan tremble with fear. Could it be that Lin Ling could really break through her thunder token? Don't you want the space-time steel? Now, I'll show you the space-time steel. Sigh. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Then, an ancient tablet fell from the sky and crushed Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token. Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token was shattered. Puff. Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. It's broken, Lin Ling is going to succeed. Sigh. Seeing this, countless people clenched their fists. They were even more nervous than Lin Ling. I admit that you're very powerful, but don't be too proud. Let me tell you, I don't only have the thunder token. Sigh. However, Lei Tianlan roared again. A jade pendant floated out of her neck, emitting a divine light, and shot up into the sky. Under the light, a large number of thunder bamboos grew. There were 12 of them, firmly guarding Lei Tianlan. Alas, Lei Tianlan still has some tricks up her sleeve. Looking at the mysterious thunder bamboos, many people were stunned and surprised. That's the Thunder Sound illusory gold formation. The Thunder Sound matriarch has really put in a lot of effort. Some of the more knowledgeable ancient powerhouses sighed. The Lei Yin Manor was much more powerful than they had imagined. After all, the Lei Yin Manor was a spiritual barrier that was even more powerful than the Lei Yin token. This meant that Lin Ling had completely failed. After all, he didn't have much time left. Lin Ling, is it? Let me tell you, you are beyond redemption. If you have the ability, try to kill my granddaughter. She is just standing there for you to kill. Go ahead and kill her. On the ground, the Thunder Mother let out a cold laugh. She knew that Lin Ling was unable to break through the Thunderclap illusory gold formation. After all, one would need a cultivation at the 6th level of the True God realm to break through the formation. Moreover, even if one possessed such a cultivation, one would still be unable to break through the formation in a short period of time. And that period of time was enough for the 9 lantern fish in the sky to disappear. Without the 9 lantern fish, Lin Ling was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Regret, fear, and tremble. Lin Ling, don't think that you are so arrogant just because you have some ability. I, Lei Tianlan, am someone you will always have to look up to. Now, even if you beg me to recruit you, I won't be moved anymore. There are many choices in life. One wrong step and you will lose everything. With the help of the Thunderclap illusory gold formation, Lei Tianlan's long hair danced wildly as she shouted angrily like a goddess. At this moment, she was sacred and invincible. She was high above Lin Ling and suppressed him. What else do you have to say? The loud voice shocked the great Qing divine dynasty. What else was there to say? Everyone shook their heads at that sentence. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Lin Ling was obviously the loser. He had nothing to say. But even so, everyone admired him. If it weren't for Lei Tianlan's background, Lin Ling would have succeeded long ago. Lin Ling, retreat. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others said regretfully. They knew that the situation was hopeless. Lin Ling, the power I left behind is gradually disappearing. Leave here. The 9 lantern fish in the sky became dimmer and dimmer. He was also persuading Lin Ling to leave. In the past, Lin Ling helped Lu Chen find the white fox. Lu Chen owed Lin Ling a favor, so he had been paying attention to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling disappeared in the huge whirlpool last time, so he couldn't help much. This time, He rushed over immediately after knowing that Lin Ling had returned to Jianghu. Second brother, go back. Sakura couldn't help but shout. He felt sad for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had sacrificed so much, but unfortunately, he still failed. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't even leave, let alone kill Lei Tianlan. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. Some were sympathetic, some were sneering, and some were gloating. However, Lin Ling's long red hair was dancing wildly in the sky. His cold eyes didn't change at all. This is a battle with my back to the river. I bet my life and everyone's expectations. How can I lose so easily? A firm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making everyone's pupils tremble. Lin Ling, he didn't give up. Was he really going to fight to the death? Big brother, Vice Principal Gong, 8th Lord, Senior Lu, you know that something happened to me, Lin Ling, and immediately came to help without asking for the reason. If I leave now, how can I face you? If I leave this time, my heart of martial arts will completely crumble. I will doubt myself, I will lose my confidence, and my principles will crumble. So I can't retreat. Martial artists are supposed to go against the heavens. If I don't go against the heavens, then I'm just an ordinary person. I, Lin Ling, can't be an ordinary person. I want to be extraordinary. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, making the earth silent. Lin Ling was more determined than expected. Good, very good, but what's the use? The martial god world and the myriad worlds are divided into the lowly and the weak. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you come from the myriad worlds, you're an ant, trash, and an inferior person. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan made a sarcastic sound and laughed sinisterly. You call me an ant, trash. I think you're the real trash. Lin Ling looked at Lei Tianlan, and the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. Haha, you can't break my spirit formation. It's clear who's the trash. You can show off your power with your mouth. I, Lei Tianlan, am waiting for you to kill me. Lei Tianlan laughed wildly, but her laughter suddenly froze. She didn't even finish her words. Instead, her face was filled with fear. Because in front of her, Lin Ling had raised his right hand at some unknown time. In his palm, a terrifying power spread out. Flames spread out like a cloud wheel, and when it contracted, a fist-sized fireball appeared. Moreover, as the cloud wheel continued to add to the fireball, it gradually became bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling's right hand was holding a huge blazing sun. Compared to the blazing sun, he was as small as an ant. Lei Tianlan was stunned, and panic appeared in her eyes. The majesty that the fireball gave her was endless. What is this? What a terrifying flame power. The people on the ground were also pale. They never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a trick. Not good. Chapter 2656. Blood splatters all over Jianghu. This guy has such a trick up his sleeve. Vice Principal Gong and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. They blocked the attacks of the Sovereign Marquis and the others even more crazily. Even the owner of the 9-lantern fish couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Lin Ling didn't let them down. This battle had already turned the Fourth Ring City upside down. If Lin Ling returned in defeat, it would be a huge humiliation to everyone because this was also a clash between two great powers. Luckily, Lin Ling didn't disappoint them. Lin Ling, you're shameless. How dare you bully a weak girl like me? If you're really a man, we'll fight another 300 rounds in 2 days. Now stop. The fireball in front of her covered the sky, making Lei Tianlan more and more panicked. Fear, regret, shock, all of these emotions were tangled on her face. She thought that the Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation could make Lin Ling helpless. As long as the time passed, Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, when the fireball appeared, she immediately smelled the scent of death. After all, her Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation could barely block the time and space Divine Steel. But with the fireball's attack, the Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation would definitely break. I'm shameless? I overcame all difficulties and became the king of the arena just to kill a vicious girl like you. Do you think this process is easy? You made the Fourth Ring City's experts come out together. You made the Thunder Hall move for you. You relied on external forces, but I relied on my own courage. It's clear who's shameless and who's despicable. Plus, you're not a weak girl. Also, you said that I'm a lowly person from 10,000 worlds and you're a noble from the martial god world. But now, a noble like you is going to die at the hands of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling stood in the air, his robe fluttering wildly. He raised one hand and sneered. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill you, even a god can't stop me. Flame wheel. The forbidden fire completely exploded. The rolling fireball was like the light from the destruction of the flame world. At this moment, it appeared in the fourth ring city. After colliding with the 12 thunder bamboos, the dazzling light illuminated Xianxia. The 12 thunderclap bamboos were instantly torn apart. Lei Tianlan's eyes widened, and everything in the past flashed through her mind. At that time, she learned that Lin Ling possessed the space-time divine steel. She was greedy and wanted to kill Lin Ling. She thought that it was Lin Ling's fortune that she, Lei Tianlan, was interested in Lin Ling's time and space divine steel. Therefore, Lei Tianlan had no choice but to hand over the treasure obediently. However, she failed. However, she did not care. She thought that Lin Ling was only... But who would have thought that Lin Ling would come back and kill her in the hands of countless powerhouses? All of this was like a dream. Her heart was filled with regret. If he had tried to persuade Lin Ling back then, or if he had tried to establish a good relationship with Lin Ling, then none of this would have happened. Boom! With a deafening roar, the flames exploded. In the flames, Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Thunderclap Manor Mother roared. Her granddaughter was injured right in front of her. This was a great humiliation to the Thunderclap Manor. People also looked at the sky. There was only one sentence in their minds. Lin Ling had succeeded. Lei Tianlan, didn't you want the space-time divine steel? Now I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Ling roared in the sky. He controlled the space-time divine steel and smashed it toward Lei Tianlan. Her eyes widened in shock. She came for the space-time divine steel, but she died for it. I won't accept this. Lei Tianlan's voice could be heard in the four-ring city. Boom. Unfortunately, it was useless. The space-time divine steel smashed her into pieces. When she dared to provoke Lin Ling, she already had one foot in hell. Lei Tianlan is dead. Sensing the tremors on the ground, people sighed. Today's matter was full of twists and turns, but Lin Ling finally succeeded in turning the tide and killing Lei Tianlan. However, no one thought that Lin Ling was lucky. Everything he did was obvious to all. Is that the space-time divine steel? It's so scary. Xian Linglong also stared at the sky. Of course, she was more shocked by Lin Ling's madness because even she couldn't kill Lei Tianlan, but Lin Ling succeeded. This counterattack was a miracle. Smack! At the same time, a figure landed on the space-time divine steel. His long red hair danced wildly, and his body was covered in scales. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was the center of attention. At this moment, his name was known in Qingzhou. At this moment, he let people know what a real martial artist was. How dare you kill me? Qingzhou will be stained with blood. After a brief moment of silence, the thunder sound mother roared, You killed my granddaughter. She still didn't seem to accept the reality. Because a junior like Lin Ling was not qualified to be arrogant in front of her. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even killed Lei Tianlan in front of her. Lin Ling, I can only help you to this point. The rest depends on your luck. Goodbye. At the same time, the 9-lantern fish in the sky began to dissipate, which made many people come to their senses. Because without the 9-lantern fish, Lin Ling was in danger. Vice President Gong and the others also knew that the trouble was not over, and that the real disaster was coming. Although Lei Tianlan was dead, Lin Ling couldn't escape. Was this a mutual destruction? Everyone thought so and looked at the man on the steel. Thunderclap Mother, I, Lin Ling, will avenge you for killing me in the past. However, even though the man on the steel was very weak, the flames in his eyes were still burning. Lin Ling was not afraid. He didn't even intend to let go of Thunderclap Mother. And you, I, Lin Ling, don't have a big grudge against you, but today you set me up, so I must kill you. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out again. Marquis Sovereign Heaven, the people of the 4 commanderies had tried to harm him repeatedly. Since that was the case, he would not stop until he was dead. Great waves rose in everyone's hearts when they heard those arrogant words. Was Lin Ling going to return an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye? Not long ago, they would have thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense. But now, Lei Tianlan was the best example. Lin Ling was a man of his words. Haha, good good. I like fearless juniors like you the most. But do you think you can live through today? At this moment, the thunderclap mother also let out a roar, and countless thunderclap bamboos rushed out from the ground, sealing off the sky on Lin Ling's side. I'm so scared, but come and kill me. You're still so stubborn in the face of death. We'll watch you be obliterated with our own eyes. After being stunned for a while, the Marquis Sovereign Heaven's experts sneered. Lin Ling still wanted to kill them? Dream on. Lin Ling is really arrogant. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing Thunderclap Mother's crazy outstanding performance, people shook their heads regretfully. After today's events, they also completely admired Lin Ling. However, this was also a hero's lament. Go to hell. Lin Ling obviously couldn't block Thunderclap Mother's attack. Chapter 2657. The Imperial Edict had arrived. The Azure Emperor's Imperial Edict has arrived. However, at this moment, a majestic imperial aura surged forth. A mysterious person had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. He held a resplendent imperial edict in his hand, as if he was the ruler of the world. As soon as the imperial edict came out, a huge pressure suppressed the entire four-ring city and silenced it. No matter what kind of expert they were, their hearts were trembling at this moment. Emperor Qing. According to legend, he was one of the first 9 people to be born in the chaos of the universe. Like the other god emperors of the 9 states, he had an endless lifespan and was the first emperor of the myriad worlds. All the emperors of the myriad worlds were his subjects. His divine might, his holiness, there was no one in the world who didn't kneel before him. Plop. Instantly, everyone in the fourth ring city knelt down. An imperial edict? However, many experts were also surprised. They did not expect that the incident in the fourth ring city would alarm the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, they could guess what would happen next. Because Lin Ling had made such a big fuss and attracted so many cultivators, the great Azure Divine Dynasty would definitely want to kill him. Otherwise, what dignity would the Divine Dynasty have? Therefore, the Imperial Edict was definitely to kill Lin Ling. Thundersound Mother's face was full of cold laughter. Now, even God could not save Lin Ling. The faces of Vice Principal Gong and the others were incomparably pale. With the arrival of the Imperial Edict, Lin Ling was beyond redemption. Countless gazes immediately raised their heads and looked at the mysterious person expectantly. The mysterious person looked at the ground indifferently and finally spat out a sentence. Lin Ling of the Resplendent Academy is innocent. When this sentence floated out, the entire four-ring city exploded. Right now, Sihuan City was completely destroyed because of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was innocent? Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered, unable to guess the meaning of this imperial edict. My lord, Lin Ling has offended his superiors and slandered the rules of the divine dynasty. How can he be innocent? Are you seeing things? The one who found it the hardest to accept was undoubtedly the Thundersound Mother. She raised her head and roared. How dare you? In the sky, the mysterious man in the divine robe shouted coldly, and the imperial decree in his hand pressed down. Puff! The terrifying imperial aura enveloped Thunderclap Mother, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. The imperial edict was the dignity of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, the light of 10,000 emperors. Thundersound Mother actually dared to question the imperial edict. She was simply courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that she was old and had meritorious service, she would have been crushed into pieces. My lord, please repeat the imperial edict again. Old Mother Lei Yin didn't dare to act rashly and said respectfully. She was afraid that the mysterious man had seen wrongly, so she wanted to hear him admit it himself. That's impossible. Lin Ling is just a junior without any background, and Mother Lei Yin is a favorite of the God Empress. How could the great Azure Deity Dynasty help Lin Ling? There must be something wrong. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also did not believe the result in front of him. In fact, the others were the same. They were all staring at the sky. The mysterious man was still expressionless. At this moment, he held the imperial edict with both hands and said again, by the order of the Azure Emperor, Lin Ling is not guilty. Moreover, Lin Ling is not afraid of power. For the sake of martial arts, He defeated the strong as the weak. Therefore, the great Azure Divine Dynasty has decided to reward him with the position of Grand Marshal, unifying the 6 military camps, and his military rank is only below the Grand Secretary. Not only was he not killed, but he was also rewarded. At this moment, the entire Fourth Ring City was silent. Thunder Sound Mother's gaze was trembling. She spat out a mouthful of blood as if she had been slapped 3,000 times. Her granddaughter was killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling caused a huge commotion in the Fourth Ring City. In the end, not only was he not guilty, but he was also rewarded. So, her granddaughter died in vain? She was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. How could this be? The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also kept shaking his head. He felt that all of this was a dream. They even thought that this was fake. The Emperor of Tating Commandery even slapped himself hard to see if this was a dream. Slap. Unfortunately, it hurt. This was not a dream. Could it be that Lin Ling knows someone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty? Some of the ancient strong people secretly guessed. Meng Lu, what is the background of this Lin Ling? Xian Linglong was also surprised and couldn't help but ask. However, Meng Lu frowned and shook his head. He didn't know either. Among all the people, only one person revealed a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and it was Sakura. He knew that the grandmother had made her move. Only that grandmother of his had such power. Did you hear it clearly? At this moment, the mysterious man asked indifferently. However, the whole place was silent. Thunder Sound Mother, did you receive the imperial edict? The mysterious man's voice became deeper and deeper as he stared at Thunder Sound Mother. He knew that Thunder Sound Mother wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he also reminded her not to disobey the imperial edict. Thunder Sound Mother raised her head. Her face was full of unwillingness. She obviously didn't want to agree. Because if she did, not only would she be too ashamed to face others, but it would also be a great humiliation to the Thunder Sound Manor. Did you receive it? However, the mysterious man was domineering. Yes, old servant. Sensing the majestic gaze of the mysterious man, Thunder Sound Mother had no choice but to lower her head. Lin Ling is not guilty. He's completely fine. Seeing Thunder Sound Mother lowering her head in humiliation, the crowd was in an uproar. This result was obviously beyond everyone's imagination. Haha, good. Vice Principal Gong and the rest finally relaxed. They immediately looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had already fallen into a coma. However, he was still standing proudly on the ground. What a tough guy. Lord Eighth sighed. He didn't expect that the younger generation, who was slightly valued in the past, would attract the attention of the great Qing Divine Dynasty. This was really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Second brother. Under countless gazes, Sakura took the lead and flew towards Lin Ling. Then, he carried Lin Ling and left. Although there was an imperial edict, there were many men of sacrifice in Qingzhou. As long as they received their master's order, they would dare to disobey the imperial edict. Therefore, for safety's sake, it was better to leave. Looking at Sakura leaving with Lin Ling on his back, Four Ring City was silent. Lin Ling. Thunder Sound Mother's eyes were as red as blood, and her body was trembling non-stop. She had to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had escaped. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could hide forever. The same thought appeared in the minds of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the rest. Lin Ling had obviously become a big problem. After Lin Ling completely disappeared, the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that they hadn't had enough. Today was really too exciting. Lin Ling had brought them too many surprises. Meng Lu, your vision is really good. Today is simply Lin Ling's stage. Xian Linglong said meaningfully. Previously, she had also helped Lin Ling. Looking at it now, it seemed to be the best choice she had made in her life. It seems that if I want to surpass him, I have to work harder. Meng Lu didn't answer Xian Linglong. Instead, he secretly clenched his fist. Chapter 2658. Brothers Gather. A day later, the battle in Qing Province's Four Ring City spread throughout the entire Qing Province. Countless people were shocked. Who is this Lin Ling? So crazy. Yes. He's the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Not long ago, he was the strongest second generation. Yes. I really envy him. However, I heard that the battle that day was extremely intense. It was soul-stirring and showed off the might of our generation. Yes. In the 3 academies, the geniuses were all talking about this matter. At the crucial moment, their blood was boiling. Because Lin Ling was the true genius that they wanted to catch up to. Unknowingly, a month had passed quietly. Only then did the commotion in Qing province subside. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In the past month, he had been recovering and recuperating. Although the battle that day did not cause him any serious injuries, after using the heart of the flame god, his consciousness was almost devoured. Fortunately, he was determined to kill Lei Tianlan and his will was firm. That was how he avoided the backlash of the evil flame change. Although the evil flame was strong, the side effects were extremely obvious. I used the flame wheel and the space-time divine steel. That power could kill a 6th-level true god. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he knew that it could only kill an ordinary 6th-level true god. Moreover, that battle also showed Lin Ling the strength of the great Qing divine dynasty. There were countless experts. Right now, Thunderclap Mother and the others must hate me to the core. I have to become stronger. While recovering, Lin Ling was also slowly increasing his cultivation realm. However, after the battle in the Meeting of Heroes, Lin Ling's foundation was extremely solid. In addition to the treasures that Vice Principal Gong and the others gave him, he naturally broke through after a month. 2nd-level true god. The world river in his dantian was even larger. When it surged, it could drown 10,000 worlds. However, there were no changes in his 2nd dantian. It was still in the 1st-level true god realm. After that, Lin Ling slowed down his cultivation speed. Moreover, he recalled the events at the 4-ring city, especially the 9 lanterns fish Lu Chen. He couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, doing good deeds occasionally would bring good luck. By helping White Fox, her husband was returning the favor. After that, Lin Ling left the room. Second brother, you're awake. You've been cultivating for 2 whole months. Noticing that Lin Ling had come out, Sakura immediately laughed. Milord. Master. Boss. The others couldn't help but feel happy. They already knew what happened in the 4th-ring city. At this moment, they worshipped Lin Ling to the extreme. Big brother. You're really amazing. Now, the whole street is talking about you. Your unchanging principle has become the motto of many geniuses. Little Flame rubbed his bald head as he looked excitedly at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to laugh involuntarily. He rubbed Little Flame's bald head as he recalled the days when he had fought alongside Little Flame. This caused him to sigh a little. The battle in the past seemed distant, but it was as if it had happened just yesterday. Countless battles and countless moments of life and death made Lin Ling stronger and stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel emotional about what happened at the Ensemble of Heroes. That battle could be called a battle of life and death. If the imperial decree ordered him to die, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Without the 9 lanterns fish senior Lu Chen, it would be even more difficult for him to escape from Lei Mother. All of this seemed to be luck, but it seemed to be predestined. However, Lin Ling didn't regret killing Lei Tianlan. Because if Lei Tianlan knew that Lin Ling had returned alive, she would definitely attack Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would be in a passive position and could only run for his life to resist Lei Tianlan's attack. Therefore, the best choice was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Big brother. Was it her who helped me that day? Then, Lin Ling looked at Sakura. During this period of recovery, he had been constantly guessing. In the end, there was only one conclusion, and that was Grandma Wendao. Sakura nodded with a smile. Lin Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Grandma Wen's origin was so mysterious, but why was this old lady hiding in the rainforest Holy Land? It seemed that Grandma Wendao had a story that Lin Ling didn't know. Then, Lin Ling didn't ask any more questions. Some things would come sooner or later. Knowing more now might not be useful. Little Flame, 3rd-level World King Realm. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. His gaze swept around and found that Martial God Jianghu, Sword Immortal Firmament and the others had all reached the 2nd-level World King Realm. As for Lai Qing, Yonggan and the others, they were all at the 4th-level World King Realm. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw an acquaintance. It was the 9 spirits of heaven who had been cultivating together under the 7 emperors' heaven. 9 spirits of heaven. You also came to the martial god world? Lin Ling was shocked. More and more people from the Rainforest Holy Land were coming to the martial god world. Moreover, they were all brothers who had fought side by side with him. Haha, Lin Ling, you've finally seen me. I thought you were ignoring me and was about to silently cry. The 9 spirits of heaven walked out with her halberd on her back, all smiles. You're looking for a beating. Lin Ling scolded Shenyuan Jiuhun and punched him in the chest. Shenyuan Jiuhun was stunned for a moment before he laughed even louder. With Lin Ling's current status and strength, he didn't need to care about her at all. But Lin Ling didn't. He was still the same as before. And this was Lin Ling's principle. No matter how strong he became or how high his status was, he, Lin Ling, was still Lin Ling. Yes, I, Lin Ling, have more and more brothers arriving at the Blue Province. This proves that our Rainforest Holy Land isn't weak. In the future, I want even more people to come to the Blue Province. Lin Ling confidently said, a bold idea rising in his mind. His words caused everyone to laugh in excitement. You are the pride of the Rainforest Holy Land, and also rare geniuses. Lin Ling knew that wanting to comprehend a world essence seed in the Rainforest Holy Land was extremely difficult. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. But the 9 spirits of heaven had succeeded. This was a precedent that had been set. The real genius of the Rainforest Holy Land is you, Lin Ling. We followed your footsteps here. Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven solemnly shook their heads and said word by word. If it wasn't for Lin Ling leaving behind a large number of cultivation methods and cultivation resources after returning to the Rainforest Holy Land, the 9 spirits of heaven wouldn't have been able to comprehend a world essence seed in their lifetime. Lin Ling had paved the path, and they could only follow it. Yes, you will always be our boss. Little Flame also nodded. Lin Ling blocked all the wind and rain so that they could cultivate in peace. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't be here today. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He casually asked, have you all entered the Resplendent Academy? Yes, and we are doing well in the Resplendent Academy. Speaking of this, Sword Immortal Tsong Tian couldn't help but proudly say. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he was somewhat puzzled. Then, Sword Immortal Tsong Tian said with admiration, because of Master's name, we can do whatever we want in the Resplendent Academy. Chapter 2659. Return to the Martial God Battalion. Why do I feel like I've left a bad name in the Resplendent Academy? Lin Ling was taken aback. He rubbed his nose and said. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The impression that Lin Ling gave to Resplendent Academy was indeed a bad name. He had even become an existence that could not be provoked. Lei Tianlan was an example. She dared to provoke Lin Ling and barge into the 4th Ring City. She didn't show any respect to anyone. Sometimes, although the word villain was unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that it was a huge protective umbrella. Alright, so be it. I'm used to it anyway. Lin Ling was still rubbing his nose. He didn't care what others said. Everyone chatted as they walked out of the market square. Soon after, Lin Ling was surprised to discover that his rainforest market square was filled with customers. When the rogue cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all bowed respectfully. It was clear that in 2nd Ring City, Lin Ling was like half the sky. No one dared to provoke him. But shopkeeper Lin, Tesese, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary. That's for sure. Shopkeeper Lin is young, but his name has already spread throughout the Azure Province. He's the #1 genius of the Resplendent Academy. Does Shopkeeper Lin have a wife? Although martial artists don't look old because they cultivate, starting a family and establishing a career is still a path that martial artists must take. Shopkeeper Lu, you want to introduce your daughter again, right? Get lost. Your daughter is not good enough for Shopkeeper Lin. As more and more people arrived, the owner of the nearby market also arrived and spoke politely. The owners of these markets also had great backgrounds. Furthermore, they were all shrewd people. Naturally, they knew how to build good relationships. Looking at the lively scene, Lin Ling was stunned. However, Yu Yu and Shen Yuanguer immediately showed a dark expression. They were obviously jealous. Seeing this, the shopkeepers who wanted to introduce their daughters were all scared out of their wits. After a few chuckles, they fled. They didn't expect that Lin Ling had already married, and his wife was extremely beautiful. Their daughter couldn't compare at all. Haha, second brother, I didn't expect you to be so henpecked. Among everyone, only Sakura dared to tease Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling bitterly smile and said, Big brother, don't add oil to the fire. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't let me enter the room tonight. Haha. When they heard Lin Ling's words, the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. This kind of Lin Ling was the most real, just like the big brother next door. Everyone chatted and laughed wittily as they left the rainforest market. After arriving outside, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. Now that he had become the Grand Marshal, it was time for him to return to the martial god's barracks to take a look. After all, Jianghu had been running around for him. When something happened to him, Jianghu came without asking for the reason. Lin Ling had no choice but to return this favor. Jianghu had long wanted Lin Ling to take over the martial god's barracks. Since he was free today, he might as well complete this matter. He told everyone his thoughts, then led them out of the Qing province and towards the martial god's barracks. The martial god's barracks was far away from here, but everyone's strength wasn't weak. Therefore, after half a day, a huge barracks appeared in front of them. Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked at the army camp that was filled with high morale. He couldn't help but smile. The martial god's barracks was the first place where Lin Ling grew up in the Qing province. He had left many memories there. Today, he was returning home in glory. At that time, I almost killed you in this area. Queen Qianji's voice drifted out when she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts. The first time she met Lin Ling was when she was a scout in the martial god's barracks. Fortunately, you didn't kill me, Lin Ling replied with a smile. Otherwise, no one would help you take revenge. Queen Qianji fell silent when she heard this. She was extremely grateful. The revenge Lin Ling mentioned was naturally to kill the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis was Queen Qianji's biggest enemy. However, it was difficult for Queen Qianji to kill him, but Lin Ling could. However, the Sovereign Marquis wasn't simple. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling's team might be wiped out. Therefore, Queen Qianji didn't want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter. Stop! Who are you? Stop! When Lin Ling and the others approached the martial god's barracks, an angry shout came from the front. It was the soldiers guarding outside the barracks. However, they were obviously new recruits. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others. How dare you? Do you know who he is? Falling Flowers Flowing Water shouted angrily and strode forward. The soldiers shuddered and took a step back. However, one of the young men gritted his teeth and didn't back off. I don't care who you are. This is a military base. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. After he finished speaking, a gun appeared in his hand. It was a gun filled with murderous intent. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. The young man said word by word. Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others were furious when they saw this. Is that guy rebelling? They wanted to step forward, but Lin Ling stopped them with a smile. Instead, he strode forward. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man's eyes widened. He almost stepped aside. Although the young man looked calm, it was like the calm before the storm. He had no doubt that he would be torn to pieces if the storm came. However, he still didn't back off. He held the gun and pointed it at Lin Ling. Of course, his arm was trembling. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. Martial God Spear. The young man attacked. It was the basic spear technique of the martial god barracks. This was a first-grade boundary origin martial art. Naturally, this martial art was no threat to Lin Ling. The spear was like a dragon. However, Lin Ling's hand was even faster. Under the young man's unfathomable gaze, he instantly grabbed the spear. This caused the young man's eyes to narrow and his face to turn pale. He knew that this person was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could grab his most powerful technique with a single hand. He's dead. He's dead. The other soldiers muttered to themselves. They could imagine the young man's fate. You attacked me with your spear? At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young man. His gaze was like a torch, causing the young man to finally lower his head. He knew that he was in trouble. Ironically, no one came to his aid. However, just when the young man thought that he was doomed, Lin Ling smiled and said, Your spear isn't bad. However, it would be even more perfect if the tip of the spear was a centimeter higher. These words undoubtedly struck the young man as if he'd been struck by lightning. Because the expert before him was actually giving him pointers. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. No wonder he'd always felt that his ultimate spear technique seemed to lack some charm. It turned out that it was a centimeter higher. A centimeter didn't seem like a big change, but in reality, when cultivators fought, it was often this centimeter difference that determined victory and defeat. How dare you, Yi Xiao? Do you know who he is? Right at this moment, a furious voice suddenly sounded. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard from the martial god barracks. Chapter 2660. The Three Great Generals. Commander Huang Qi. The soldiers immediately cried out in alarm, because the person who appeared was actually the great commander. However, the commander didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, you are back." The person who came was Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling's former superior. Commander Ling Hu and the others were all here. Apparently, they knew who Lin Ling was. However, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion didn't know, because it was an order from the great Qing dynasty. Ordinary soldiers didn't have the right to know. "Sir, who is Lin Ling?" Someone cried out in surprise and knelt down on one knee. "You should know that the Martial God Battalion is going to have a new commander. He is the new commander." Commander Huang Qi blandly said. "What? Him? But he is so young." "Lin Ling. I remember now. He is the soldier who created the miracle of the Martial God Battalion." The expressions of the surrounding soldiers changed drastically. As for the soldiers guarding the gate, their faces were as pale as paper. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down. "We are finished. We are finished." They actually dared to stop the commander of the Martial God Battalion. The young man whose spear was held by Lin Ling was shaking. He looked at Lin Ling and couldn't believe it. Is this the commander? He was very clear that the others might be spared from death, but they would not be able to escape punishment. Then, he would definitely be sentenced to death. The military was strict. Whoever dared to offend the commander would be executed. "You are Yi Xiao?" When the young man's face turned pale, Lin Ling suddenly looked at him and asked. The young man nodded. "You remind me of someone. My disciple, Yi Xiao. However, he is not talented enough. He can't go to the martial god realm." Lin Ling sighed. Li Xiaoyao had many disciples, but Lin Ling only had two. One was Yi Xiao, and the other was Wan Er. However, they couldn't follow Lin Ling to the martial god realm. What a pity. Even so, Lin Ling still treated them as his own disciples. "Marshal Lin Ling, if you want to kill them, please do as you please. This matter has nothing to do with them. They didn't stop you." Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and raised his head, pleading for mercy for the soldiers behind him. "You'd rather die for them?" Lin Ling said with great interest. "This is my mistake. I am willing." Yi Xiao knew that he was going to die, so he nodded his head heavily. "You are a recruit now, right?" However, Lin Ling did not say that he would kill Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was a little confused, but he still nodded his head, replying to Lord Marshal, "I just joined the Martial God camp this year." "All right, from today onwards, you are the Grand Commander." Lin Ling gave him a look of appreciation before he strode into the Martial God's camp. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts rumbled, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. Yi Xiao went against his superiors and attacked Marshal Lin Ling, but not only did Marshal Lin Ling not kill him, he even made him a great commander. This was incomprehensible. Especially Yi Xiao. He felt as if he was dreaming. The words "great commander" made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. However, he still gritted his teeth and asked, "Lord Marshal, why?" As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would do this. "Because you don't know who I am, but you sensed that I was very strong. Even so, you still attacked me to protect the dignity of the martial god camp. That alone is enough," Lin Ling said with a pause between each word with his back to Yi Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, tears flowed out of Yi Xiao's eyes. The reason he attacked before was because he wanted to protect the dignity of the martial god camp. If an army camp was allowed to be invaded by others, What kind of military prestige would it have? Therefore, he risked his life to walk out. However, Marshal Lin Ling understood his painstaking efforts. Once you call me Lord, Lord forever. Thinking of this, Yi Xiu knelt on one knee and slammed his fist on the ground with a bang as he spoke in a soul-stirring manner. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled slightly. With his back to Yi Xiu, he waved his hand and walked into the martial god camp. Sakura and the others shook their heads. Lin Ling's way of doing things was still different from the rest. However, this was Lin Ling. After they entered, the surrounding soldiers immediately looked at Yi Xiu enviously. After all, it was the first time in the history of the martial god camp that someone had become a commander after just entering. Therefore, they were very envious. They envied Yi Xiu's fearlessness and how he was valued by Marshal Lin Ling in the end. Of course, they were only envious. They weren't jealous because Yi Xiu had risked his life for this. Yi Xiu, you're quite lucky. If you had encountered an unprincipled marshal, you would already be dead. Cherish your current military position and serve Lord. Commander Huang Qi smiled at Yi Xiu and personally helped him up. Yi Xiu was overwhelmed by the favor and said, Lord, this is... However, Commander Huang Qi's next sentence made him speechless. From now on, we're on equal footing, so there's no need to call me Lord. Indeed, Yi Xiu had already become a commander and was on equal footing with Commander Huang Qi. After Lin Ling entered the martial god barracks, all the people in the barracks came out to welcome him and shouted in unison, Marshal! All the soldiers, commanders, and commanders looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Especially some of the veterans, they all recognized Lin Ling. However, they never would have thought that after Lin Ling left that day, he would return today and become a marshal. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't just a marshal, he was also the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks. It was just that this matter happened in the distant Jianghu, so they didn't know. Lord Lin Ling, welcome back. At this moment, 3 generals appeared. The one in the lead was Huang Fu Yidao. During the scout mission in the past, Huang Fu Yidao had saved Lin Ling from the hands of Queen Qianji. At that time, he was extremely optimistic about Lin Ling. But who knew that what his intuition said would come true? Lin Ling had become the martial god camp's marshal. Thinking back to all of this, it felt like a dream. Li Pomo greets Lord. The other 2 generals also bowed. Their expressions were extremely solemn, and there was only respect in their eyes. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. In reality, he had only come to the martial god camp to return a favor to Red Jade Tiger. He was very concerned about the position of marshal. Of course, he still had to have the necessary military power. So Lin Ling smiled and nodded lightly, and said in a dignified manner, Take me to the martial god camp. Yes, Lord. The 3 generals nodded, turned around, and strode forward. The eyes of all the soldiers flickered as they looked at Lin Ling's back. Especially some of the new soldiers. After they found out about everything Lin Ling had done, there was only admiration on their faces. The martial god camp was the highest authority in the martial god camp. Lin Ling sat at the head of the table, and the 3 generals and commanders sat down one after another. Where's Marshal Red Jade Tiger? Lin Ling was the first to speak. Chapter 2661. Summon the 6 barracks. Lord Red Jade Tiger has become a hands-off boss. Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling said somewhat helplessly. His words made all the soldiers in the barracks smile bitterly. The position of marshal was something everyone dreamed of. In the end, Marshal Lin Ling seemed to be very unwilling to do it. All right, everyone, don't be restrained. In front of me, Lin Ling, there's no need for that. Sigh. Looking at the silent barracks, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. He disliked rules and regulations the most. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Sir, is this true? Sigh. Huang Fu Yidao blinked and asked. Do I look like I'm joking? Sigh. You should have said so earlier. I knew you weren't the kind of person who doesn't recognize people in the blink of an eye. But you're really amazing. You actually became a marshal. Sigh. What marshal? I heard that you've already become a grand marshal and can summon the 6 barracks. Sigh. Sure enough, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. This guy didn't even want to be a general, but he became a grand marshal. Sigh. The 3 great generals chattered endlessly. They were the only ones in the barracks who dared to do so. However, as they spoke, they felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They found that Lin Ling's face had darkened. Heavens, we actually ridiculed Lord Marshal in public. Sigh. But he said he didn't care. Sigh. The three great generals immediately trembled with fear. Men, drag them away and give them 100 beatings. Sigh. At this time, Lin Ling said majestically. His words made the three old men's beards puff up. Lin Ling, you tricked us. Sigh. You bully this old man. Sigh. The three of them felt extremely wronged. It was clearly Lin Ling who had said that she did not care. That was why they had spoken so boldly. Who would have thought that this little fox, Lin Ling, would settle the score at an opportune moment? Seeing their red eyes, Lin Ling's originally gloomy face finally revealed a smile. Haha, I was just teasing you. Could it be that only you three old men can make fun of me, Lin Ling? But I, Lin Ling, can't make fun of you. As soon as these words came out, the three generals were like deflated balloons. With a put-on sound, they sat down one after another. With a bitter expression they said, Sir, it's not easy to joke about the military rod. Moreover, everything was going well, so why did you suddenly become so imposing? That would scare us to death. If they were beaten, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the martial god battalion tomorrow. Haha. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sakura, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were also the same. They were laughing so hard that they fell off their horses. In fact, although falling flowers, flowing water, and the others didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was extremely amiable. Even if they made fun of him, he wouldn't care. The reason why they didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling was that they revered him from the bottom of their hearts. All right, all of you get up. You're already so old, yet you're sitting on the ground in fear. If others see this, you'll be embarrassed to death. After Lin Ling smiled, he personally walked down and helped the three old men up. These three old men were all unyielding men. They were not afraid of enemies, nor were they afraid of any calamity. The only thing they were afraid of was military law. Because they were soldiers. There's one more thing that I came back for this time, and that is to unify the 6 battalions. Moreover, I have a mission to send out. After Lin Ling helped the three generals up, his eyes were somewhat cold. What mission? Huang Fui Dao immediately asked curiously. Confiscation. Lin Ling sneered coldly. Confiscation of the homes of Tating Commandery and Weiwa Commandery. In the past, in Sihuan City, the two emperors wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they failed in the end. Today, Lin Ling came to collect the debt. Interesting, interesting. The three generals all smiled excitedly. Naturally, they didn't dare to send out such an order, but Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. He had the right to do so. But, how do we confiscate their homes? Although the 4 commanderies are allies, they also have a strong background. Idiot! Are you stupid? Just pin a crime on them. Anyway, Lin Ling, that cunning little fox, will definitely have a way. No, that's not right. It's Lord Lin Ling's divine foresight. What a divine foresight. I, Li Pomo, am the first to admit defeat. The three generals were still talking excitedly. Lin Ling couldn't help but roll his eyes. These old men really didn't know how to talk. However, they were also cunning old foxes. Pass down my order. One day later, the 6 barracks will gather in the prairie. Then, Lin Ling looked outside the barracks, and his calm voice floated out. However, that calm voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The three generals were stunned. In Lin Ling, they seemed to see the young Lord Red Jade Tiger, and he was even more powerful than Red Jade Tiger. This time, we will go to Spring Terrace to gather our old subordinates, and we will kill the King of Hell with 100 banners. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Martial God Barracks. He didn't stay idle, and he made use of the time to cultivate. Currently, he had reached level 2 of the True God realm. His strength was so strong that ordinary level 4 True Gods were no match for him. If he used the Flame Wheel and Space-Time Divine Steel, he could even kill a level 6 True God. However, although these trump cards were strong, they could only be used once in a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't want to rely too much on these trump cards because it wasn't beneficial to his growth. Although I'm very strong now, Green Province is vast, and I haven't reached the peak of the pyramid. Sooner or later, I will walk out of Green Province and catch up to Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, in this life, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was faster than Li Xiaoyao's, and the time he spent was also shorter. Moreover, in this life, Lin Ling's foundation was more solid. Among the triple cultivation of essence, qi and spirit, his qi and spirit had reached a new level, but his essence didn't have much of a breakthrough. On the other hand, essence was the strength of his physical body. Stepping into a new level, the Chaos Divine formula could be cultivated to the third level, and the third Dantian would be born. The night passed quietly, and Lin Ling felt that his cultivation had improved. Then he went outside the barracks. Outside, everyone in the martial god barracks was already waiting there. They looked at the new marshal with excitement in their eyes. "Let's go to the prairie." Lin Ling smiled and took the lead. This prairie was the prairie where the scout mission used to be. It was vast, boundless, and ancient. Lin Lin sat on top of a mountain peak, with only 3 generals by his side. The soldiers of the martial god barracks were gathered in the prairie. They were densely packed, and their auras were extremely majestic. There were scout barracks, spear barracks, archery barracks, and so on. If these soldiers appeared in the myriad of worlds, they could easily sweep through thousands of worlds. In the eyes of the warriors in the myriad of worlds, these were divine soldiers. This was the first time the 9 spirits of heaven had come to the martial god barracks. At this moment, they were extremely shocked. Divine soldiers and divine generals. This was the only way they could describe the martial god barracks. Moreover, they felt that many of the soldiers were stronger than them, and they were existences that could dominate. However, these terrifying existences were actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was unreal. Martial. Chapter 2662. He refused to accept it. Eoyo. The other beasts roared as well. There was a 3-headed giant wolf, a mutated vine dragon, an ancient Qilin beast, and even a martial god giant. These divine beasts all knelt down and looked at the man on the mountain peak with reverence. "Master is so mighty." Seeing this, ancient martial god Jianghu and the others were filled with excitement. It was as if they were witnessing the arrival of a king. "Get up." At this moment, on the mountain peak, Lin Ling calmly waved his hand. He was not affected by the aura of the vast army. He even sensed that within the army, mysterious auras were suspended in the sky and then drifted around Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that this was a type of faith power. This was because the army used Lin Ling as their flag and believed in Lin Ling. They believed in the marshal and worshipped him. Thus, this mysterious power was born. Interesting. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He allowed the power of faith to flow into his body. With this, he could use it to temper his body, making it impervious to all evil. At the same time, Lin Ling took out a book to read. This was the historical record of the martial god barracks. It recorded all the major events that had happened in the martial god barracks. Beside it was the martial arts of the martial god barracks. Lin Ling also began to check them. There were all kinds of strange martial arts, many of which Li Xiaoyao had never seen before. Originally, Li Xiaoyao's martial arts foundation was very deep, and now it was even more accumulated. Army formation? Lin Ling also saw a large number of military strategies. Of course, what interested him the most was the military formations. Those military formations were broad and profound, seizing the essence of the universe, able to make the sun and moon lose their light. In reality, they were also a type of spirit formation. Lin Ling's interest was piqued, and he activated the myriad mammoth's demonic eyes. This brat is actually looking at military formations. Of course, as a marshal, he has to act like one. I'm guessing that Lord Red Jade Tiger is also secretly keeping an eye on this brat, so this brat will definitely not embarrass Lord Red Jade Tiger. However, I won't be able to comprehend the art of military formations in a short period of time. On the side, the 3 great generals snickered. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the army arrived in the distant sky. What was even more frightening was that in front of the army were a large number of headless generals. They wore armor and were like slaves pulling a war chariot as they majestically led the army over. Furthermore, a flag was also fluttering in the wind. 1000 Trick Battalion. This was also one of the 6 military camps. The eyes of the martial god battalion members flickered when they saw this. However, Lin Ling acted as if he had not heard anything and continued to read his book slowly. At this time, the scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix appeared. In the sky, all kinds of divine birds flew proudly, and behind them were many female soldiers. 10,000 Phoenix Battalion. Next up was the 9 Stars Battalion, Heaven Tribute Battalion. After receiving the order, the 6 military camps all rushed over at this moment. The scene was extremely spectacular. If these 6 armies were to move out, it was likely that even powerhouses that surpassed True God Realm would not be able to withstand their assault too. That surging aura directly caused the hearts of Little Flame and the rest to beat faster. When had they ever seen so many experts? Of course, not only them, even Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's faces were incomparably pale. However, even though so many experts had arrived, the man on the mountain peak still did not move. He would not be moved even if the sky collapsed. Who gave the order? At this time, a roar broke the silence. It was the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Obviously, they did not know who had summoned them, but they sensed that it was a military order from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I'm afraid something big is about to happen for the 6 military camps to gather here. I'm curious as to who will be here today. The Marshal of the 10,000 Phoenix Battalion shouted. In fact, they were extremely unhappy. After all, they had only one day to rush here. Moreover, if they were late, they would be punished by the military order. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Rumble. The armies of the 6 military camps landed one after another, causing the prairie to become even more crowded. At a glance, they looked like statues. Various kinds of armor gathered together, giving birth to surging killing intent. However, everyone looked at the mountain peak. Although many people did not know what was going on, it was obvious that the person on the mountain peak was the person in charge today. Could it be that he gave the order? Who is he? The eyes of all the marshals flashed, and the anger in their hearts became stronger. What kind of expert would come here today? In the end, it was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. One should know that the marshals of the various military camps were mostly very old, and they were also people of virtue and prestige. The young man on the mountain peak was no different from a child to them. Who are you? What punishment do you deserve for falsely reporting a military order? The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was the first to shout angrily. This person was actually a 3-meter-tall giant. His skin was blue, and his long golden hair was like a lion's. As soon as he finished speaking, the other marshals sneered. That was what they wanted to ask too. However, the man on the mountain peak was still reading, and he did not ask anything. He was as calm as Mount Tai, and he gave off a scholarly feeling. Answer me. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was furious, and he shouted angrily again. Slap him. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth. What shocked everyone was that he was still reading, and he even took a sip of wine from the wine pot. He was so calm and composed that he seemed like a scholarly emperor. This made many people think of a line in a poem. Sitting alone in a pond is like a tiger, resting under the shade of a tree to recuperate. When spring comes, if I don't speak first, which insect dares to make a sound? Domineering. How dare you? The eyes of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion narrowed. This kid was really arrogant. Swoosh, swoosh. However, 3 figures flew down from the mountain peak. They were Huang Fui Dao and the others, and they landed in front of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Without saying anything, they directly slapped the Marshal's face. At this moment, the whole army was in an uproar. One should know that the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was in charge of several 100 million experts, and he was the king of the 9 Stars Battalion. Not to mention slapping his face, even looking at him was a crime of offending one's superior. But now, such a terrifying expert was slapped in the face, and he was slapped in front of the army. How could the Marshal face others? Huang Fui Dao, Li Pomo, you're courting death. As expected, the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion roared angrily. Slap him again. However, before the 3 marshals could say anything, a calm voice rang out from the mountain peak. It was Lin Ling's voice. Slap, 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 slap. The marshal was stunned. The other marshals and their camps seemed to have been beaten into a daze. There were 2 reasons why the young man was so arrogant. Firstly, he was a madman, and secondly, he had a powerful background. If it was any other time, The soldiers would definitely think that the young man was a madman, but now that the 6 battalions were gathered together, their auras were so powerful that even a madman would be scared silly. Therefore, the marshals believed that the young man wasn't simple. Moreover, the 3 marshals were all arrogant people, but they still listened to the young man's words. This proved everything. Fine, fine, fine. I, Crazy 9 Stars, won't act out for the time being for the sake of the army. However, if you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for massacring the Martial God Battalion. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion also thought of this, so he temporarily restrained himself. That's right. You asked all the battalions to come here at night, and if you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 2663. Questioning the authority of the generals. Explanation? No. However, the 3 great generals immediately replied and spread their hands, telling them that they could beat them up if they wanted to. There was no explanation. Such an imposing manner could be said to be extremely arrogant. Huang Fui Dao Yu. All the marshals were stunned, and their murderous auras completely erupted. He is the Grand Marshal. However, their anger was instantly quelled by Huang Fui Dao's words as though they had been splashed with cold water. All the marshals widened their eyes in disbelief. All of you should have received the news that there is a new Grand Marshal in the 6 barracks. He is under the Grand Secretary, but he can command the 6 barracks. Huang Fui Dao took a step forward and spoke again. We have indeed heard of this rumor, but is he the mysterious Grand Marshal? He seems to be very young. I don't believe it. Who is he? Dissatisfied voices rang out from the various military camps. This was because all of this was too sudden for them. As for the marshals and the others, they were also frowning. Huang Fui Dao's gaze swept across the army and finally landed on the faces of the marshals. He then said indifferently, "He is Lin Ling." As soon as he said this, a murderous aura suddenly rose in the prairie. Especially the marshals, their eyes trembled violently. Others might not know who Lin Ling was, but with their seniority, how could they not know? In Four Ring City, Lin Ling had caused a huge battle and killed the granddaughter of the Thunder Echo Manor's mansion master. This matter had already shaken Jianghu. He is Lin Ling. The marshals were all mumbling to themselves. The army behind them also had their own thoughts. Some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, but the soldiers who had never been to Jianghu were still confused. However, they could tell that their marshals were all very nervous. Now, tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fui Dao took another step forward and said indifferently. All the marshals were silent. If Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal, they were indeed not qualified to speak. Sir gave you a day to come, but you came in the afternoon and made the marshal wait for you for half a day. He has already read 3,700 sets of books. Tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fui Dao said again. All the marshals' expressions quietly changed and revealed a hint of reverence. As soldiers, as long as they were in the barracks, it was their duty to obey military orders. After your arrival, you all deserve to be slapped in the face. Huang Fui Dao's third sentence, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fui Dao was the 3rd marshal. His aura was as though it represented the 6 barracks. The marshals gritted their teeth. Huang Fui Dao's words had broken their hearts. Great marshals. Finally, the marshals, the marshals, the Grand Marshal Edons. To the marshal. All the soldiers behind them knelt down. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky. Lin Ling, I have a brother in the Heavenly Saint Institute. He once told me this name. It is said that he is the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Institute. I've also heard that his cultivation speed is the fastest. In the drill ground, he even won first place in the Pride tournament. I also heard that he killed an expert in the 4th Ring City. Kiske, the 4th Ring City is a place that we will never have the chance to go to in our lifetime. The kneeling soldiers secretly transmitted their voices and discussed spiritedly. They never expected that Lin Ling would become the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks at such a young age. Comparisons were odious. Get up. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. Hearing this, all the soldiers stood up and looked at the mountain peak. They were shocked again. On the magnificent mountain peak, The man was still holding the book with one hand and reading it slowly. From time to time, he would stuff a mouthful of wine into his mouth. If he sobered up, he would be in charge of the world. This aura, this indifference no doubt, shook the hearts of the soldiers. They thought that Lin Ling was still wet behind the ears. But looking at it now, Lin Ling did indeed have the aura of a grand marshal. I have only one order for you to come here. Search the homes of Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery. The 6 barracks will move out together. Lin Ling was still reading his book. His voice carried a hint of laziness as he spoke. He had stated his purpose. What? Hearing this, the faces of the marshals changed. Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery were one of the 4 great commanderies. They were also allies of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Although they were not as powerful as the Great Green Holy Dynasty, they had been in the good books of the Great Green Holy Dynasty for many years. Furthermore, they had sent a large amount of salary to the Great Green Holy Dynasty every year. Hence, they were not to be underestimated. Now, they were going to search their homes? This was no small matter. Do you have the order of the Great Green Holy Dynasty? At this moment, an unwilling voice floated out. The one who spoke was the new marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion. This marshal was also the youngest among all of them. He looked to be about 40 years old. The previous marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was Yu Cheng. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling. This caused the entire Sky Tribute Battalion to be unconvinced by Lin Ling. If he asked them to kneel, they would grit their teeth and accept. However, if Lin Ling wanted to order them around, they would be dreaming. My words are the words of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said lightly. There were no imperial edicts or military orders. It was just a verbal order. What if the Great Green Holy Dynasty pursues this matter? The Sky Tribute Battalion cannot bear the consequences. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. Do I need you to bear the consequences? To put it bluntly, you are not qualified. Even if the sky falls, I, Lin Ling, will hold it up. You just have to do as you are told. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He was still reading his book. That expression and those words were undoubtedly filled with disdain. It was as if he was saying, you are just a small soldier. Just do as you are told. If something big happens, the Great Green Holy Dynasty won't have time for a small soldier like you. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was infuriated. I refuse to accept this. I will definitely not go. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at an elder beside him. Senior Qianji, say something. Among the 6 battalions, Senior Qianji was the oldest. It was said that when the Great Green Holy Dynasty was first formed, he was already a soldier of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. It took him millions of years to become a marshal. However, he was a person of virtue and prestige. Everyone in the 6 battalions gave him face. Even the Grand Secretary gave him face. At this moment, the white-haired but energetic marshal of the Qianji Battalion remained silent. He did not agree to Lin Ling's request, but he did not reject it either. However, all the marshals knew that Senior Qianji's silence was a rejection. However, this was normal. How could a million-year-old monster listen to Lin Ling's orders? At this moment, all the marshals laughed coldly. Everyone refused to listen to Lin Ling. Let's see what face Lin Ling has left. Humph! You are just a true god. How dare you be so arrogant? Senior Qianji is an existence that has surpassed the true god realm. We accept that he is a marshal. Haha, if you are polite, you can call him marshal. If you are rude, you are just a passerby. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. This time, there was an awkward silence. Chapter 2664. 30% Sword Heart. Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal. You seem to be a swordsman. Let's fight. If you win, your army can leave, and I, Lin Ling, will no longer order you around. How about it? Good. At this moment, Lin Ling finally put away the book in his hand and stood up with a wine jug in his hand. He knew that it was time to establish his military might. He also knew that far away, Lord Red Jade Tiger, Lord 8, and the others were all watching him. Therefore, Lin Ling could not disappoint them. If you fight me, you're the Grand Marshal. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal's eyes flickered. Scared. Good. Lin Ling floated down the mountain and looked at the Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal with contempt. I'm a level 2 true god. And you're a level 5 true god. You don't even dare to spar? How can you call yourself a soldier? Good. Me. Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal could not refute. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling had killed Yu Cheng, and Yu Cheng's strength was unquestionable. Therefore, although his cultivation level was higher, he did not have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. What a trash. How about this? I see that you're a swordsman. Let's compete in sword Dao. Lin Ling said again. Just sword Dao? Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal's eyes lit up. If they competed in sword Dao, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. He asked again, good. But Marshal Lin Ling's word should count, right? If I win, our camps will not be under your command? Good. When have I, Lin Ling, not counted? Good. Lin Ling sneered. Of course, what if you lose? Good. Me. Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal found it hard to answer. This made Lin Ling's eyes full of sarcasm. Indecisive. Neither up nor down. How did you become a marshal? How about this, if you lose, you can walk down from your marshal position yourself. Good. Ruthless. Good. The marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion cursed inwardly. He had just become a marshal. However, he glanced at Senior Qianji, who remained silent. He immediately knew that with Senior Qianji's support, he only needed to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling would not dare to go back on his words. Then let's fight. A green sword appeared in his hand. The sword was simple and unadorned, like a tranquil ancient lake. However, a sense of calmness pervaded the air. Since he was able to become a marshal, his strength was naturally unquestionable. Moreover, after he drew his sword, his aura changed as well. Looking up at the heavens, the clouds move in all directions. With a sword in hand, I ask the world who is the hero. He instantly struck out with his sword, causing the winds and clouds to change. It was as if a sword had pierced through the void. This sword actually contained 30% of the sword heart. His Omega Sword Dao was extremely formidable. After all, his talent was average and could not compare to Yu Cheng. However, he was still able to become a marshal because of his powerful sword Dao. On the other hand, Lin Ling's sword heart was only at the second level 5. Therefore, this was the reason why he had competed in sword Dao earlier. Haha, if he loses, it will be a bit embarrassing. Not only will he lose his prestige in the 6 barracks, but he will also lose his prestige in the Martial God barracks. The other marshals sneered. At this moment, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sword with bright eyes. The sword was very fast and had the speed of 4 realms. Unless he used the Qian Kuan change, he would not be able to dodge the sword. Marshal, it will be too late if you don't draw your sword now. The Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's voice accompanied the sword. However, Lin Ling still did not move. Many soldiers' eyes flickered. Could it be that Marshal Lin Ling was so weak? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's sword moved. He still had his hands behind his back, but the tyrannical song sword floated up on its own. The sword pointed at the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. Then, it split into 2, then into 4, and in an instant, there were 81 swords. These swords all shot toward the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. Clank! A clear sound rang as a murderous aura filled the air, causing the armor of many soldiers to crack. However, the frightening thing was that Lin Ling's 81 swords actually stopped the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. In terms of the power of the sword, Lin Ling's sword is not as powerful as Gu Feng's. However, he has used the Ashura sword formation to its limit. The power of the 81 swords is not wasted at all. This control is very frightening. The Thousand Chance Camp's marshal frowned as he seemed to have noticed something. The falling leaves rustle, the blood of a warrior is hot, the cold wind is like a blade, the sorrowful song cuts through the air. Riding a fast horse across the heavenly mountain, he draws his bow and sweeps the treasury. The Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal sneered and waved his sword as if he was dancing. The sky was filled with sword shadows that could break through 10 worlds. The dense sword shadows enveloped Lin Ling and rushed toward him. Lin Ling's 81 swords could only stop the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal Gu Feng's sword. However, Gu Feng had scattered the swords, making it difficult for Lin Ling to stop them. After all, if one of the 81 swords was missing, he would not be able to stop Gu Feng's sword. However, a frightening thing happened. No matter which angle Gu Feng's swords came from, they would be met by the 81 swords. The Shura swords protected Lin Ling completely as if they were alive. How is this possible? Seeing this, the marshals all cried out in surprise. What terrifying control! In order to be so impenetrable, Marshal Lin Ling would have to focus all of his attention on controlling the swords. They immediately looked at Lin Ling. They immediately realized that Lin Ling was still standing there. Not only was he not focused, he was reading a book like a scholar about to become the top scholar. This caused a stir in the army. How calm and indifferent! How calm and composed! Elder Qian, why is this happening? Even though the marshals were at a higher cultivation level than Lin Ling, they could not understand what was happening. In fact, even Senior Chen Ji was frowning. He could not understand what was happening either. However, he did not dare to confirm his guess. At this moment, Gu Feng's swords were continuously attacking Lin Ling with 30% of his sword heart. However, it was to no avail. Lin Ling was like an iron bucket that he could not bite. Most importantly, Lin Ling had blocked his attack with ease, which infuriated him greatly. Gradually, his aura also dimmed. Marshal Lin Ling, it seems that you can only defend like a turtle. Gu Feng said mockingly. It's over. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Gu Feng calmly. I admit that your swords are strange. However, if you only know how to defend, you won't be convincing. Gu Feng replied with a cold smile. I'm sorry. I thought that you were very powerful. In the end, I didn't even use 50% of my strength, and you can't do anything about it. I'm very disappointed. Lin Ling shook his head and said helplessly, Since you said that I only know how to defend, I'll show you what the way of the sword is. Lin Ling closed the book and waved his sleeve. Swoosh, swoosh. 81 swords were shot at Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng sneered. What's the use? Previously, the 81 swords were only able to block his attacks. Therefore, Lin Ling's swords could not hurt him. However, just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. The 81 swords started to change. Azura Chi spread out and began to split. 82 swords. 83 swords. 90 swords. 99 swords. Gradually, it reached 108 swords. Azura Sword Formation 3rd Stage. Chapter 2665. 100 Flowers. Clang. A deafening sound rang out as the 108 swords shot out crazily. The sword in Gu Feng's hand flew out and stabbed into the ground, swaying continuously. Defeat. He couldn't block a single blow from Lin Ling. This caused the prairie to become silent. After all, Marshal Lin Ling had given up on his strongest technique and used the sword Dao to fight against the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal. The latter had a sword heart and was at the 5th level of the True God realm. How could he lose? This was too strange. What kind of power did Marshal Lin Ling control? If I become a marshal in the future, I will repay the blooming of the peach blossoms. When autumn comes, on the 8th of September, I will kill all the flowers that bloom. At this moment, Lin Ling had already turned around and flew back to the mountain peak, leaving behind a sentence. His words were bold and domineering. Who else but him? Hearing those words, the army couldn't find any words to refute. Marshal Lin Ling, why? At this moment, Gu Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Ling's back with bloodshot eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. He didn't know why he lost. Sword array is soldier array. Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he replied indifferently. This caused Gu Feng's body to tremble. Could it be that the previous sword wasn't just a sword array, but a soldier array? Soldier arrays could defend themselves. Could it be that this was the reason why Lin Ling could read while defending against his sword? This also meant that when he attacked with his sword, he had already entered Lin Ling's array formation. He learned all the art of war that he read before? The people who were the most surprised were none other than Huang Fui Dao and the others. This was because Lin Ling had been reading all this while, and they thought that Lin Ling was just putting on an act. Who would have known that Lin Ling was really studying the art of war and comprehending the weapon formations? Most importantly, in such a short time, he actually upgraded the Ashura sword array into a soldier array. No wonder Lin Ling could block a sword heart with only 81 swords. It was because of the soldier array. What a terrifying comprehension ability. Monster. Huang Fu Yidao's mouth trembled as he spoke. Gu Feng seemed to have reacted. He finally knew why the great Azure Divine Dynasty valued geniuses. Geniuses were not only the representatives of fighting above their level, but they were also the representatives of miracles. He remained silent and walked towards his sword step by step. After he pulled it out, he looked at it with reluctance. "Old friend, I'm sorry." Clang. His simple and unadorned sword had actually been cut in half by him. After he finished speaking, he strode away and said in a slightly desolate tone, "From now on, I will no longer practice the sword." Everyone looked at the broken sword on the ground, then looked at the dejected Marshal Gu Feng. All of them fell silent. "Wait." However, a dignified voice rang out from the peak, causing Gu Feng to stop. He said unwillingly, "Lord Lin Ling, I have already taken the position of marshal and broken my sword. I have already fulfilled my promise." "Did I allow you to leave?" Lin Ling stood on the peak and looked coldly at Gu Feng. "As a soldier, you questioned your superior. How should you be punished? Now that you've lost, you're just fulfilling your promise. Are you trying to wash your hands of the crime of offending your superior?" Gu Feng couldn't refute. Lin Ling's words made sense. "Kill me or torture me, it's up to you." Gu Feng threw caution to the wind. Many people in the Sky Tribute camp were shocked. They all knelt down and begged for mercy for Marshal Gu Feng. Although this middle-aged man wasn't as good as Yu Cheng, he treated his soldiers like his children. That was how he became a marshal. "Why? Are you forcing me to abdicate?" However, Lin Ling didn't appreciate their kneeling. Instead, he said coldly, "All of you stand up. Otherwise, you'll be punished according to military law." "My lord, please spare Lord Gu Feng. I'm willing to die for him." However, those soldiers still knelt down. They were extremely stubborn. "All right, then I'll kill all of you." However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of anyone. He spoke coldly and mercilessly. His words were domineering, causing all the soldiers' expressions to change drastically. Lord Lin Ling was so cruel. "Stand up immediately." The soldiers in the Martial God Battalion shouted coldly. In the military camp, the military order was the most important. It was even more important than their own lives. Therefore, how could they disobey Lin Ling's orders? Gu Feng's eyes were moist as he looked at his soldiers. However, how could he let all of them die? He quickly shouted, "Everyone get up. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you for the rest of my life." "My lord." The soldiers all cried, but they still stood up unwillingly. Gu Feng also cried quietly. Men didn't cry easily. However, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and knelt down on one knee. "My lord, please grant me death." He was a soldier. Even if he died, he would die openly. He couldn't let others look down on him. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Sky Tribute Battalion became gloomy. As for the other marshals, their hearts trembled. Lin Ling was cruel and merciless. This was a huge blow to them. They didn't dare to question Lin Ling's authority. "Marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion, you disobeyed your superiors and attempted to desert. Therefore, I, Lin Ling, have decided to punish you with a great crime. A crime of a lifetime." Lin Ling's voice drifted out. It was extremely cold, but it caused many people's hearts to tremble. It was as if they could already see Gu Feng being beheaded in public. This was to make an example out of him so that the army would revere him. The crime of a lifetime is to serve the Sky Tribute Battalion forever. You'll be responsible for leading the Sky Tribute Battalion to a vaster sky. Therefore, Gu Feng will become the Sky Tribute Battalion's marshal. However, when Lin Ling's final words drifted out, the entire prairie fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Previously, Gu Feng had lost to Lin Ling, so he was stripped of his marshal position. But now, Lin Ling had returned it to him. This was too shocking. "Gu Feng, accept your punishment." Lin Ling looked at Gu Feng and said. Gu Feng kneeled on the ground, his body trembling. He didn't seem to believe Lin Ling's words, but he immediately nodded. This subordinate accepts his punishment. "All right, if after 3 years, your Sky Tribute camp is still a pile of trash, then you can bring your head to me. So you have to do your part well." Lin Ling said again. "Yes, Your Excellency." Gu Feng kowtowed to the mountain peak, but as he kowtowed, tears flowed out once more. On the Sky Tribute Battalion side, everyone was ecstatic, but no one dared to laugh out loud. They were truly afraid of His Excellency Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed dignified, but he wasn't as cruel as imagined. Your Excellency, why? At this moment, Gu Feng stood up and bowed to Lin Ling. Do I have to tell you the reason why I do things for the Grand Marshal? Lin Ling glanced at Gu Feng, causing the latter to rub the back of his head awkwardly and laugh out loud. He was grateful to Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. Your Excellency, this time, I, Gu Feng, am willing to be the vanguard for the confiscation of the two commanderies. Gu Feng requested. He was the first to oppose Lin Ling, but now he was the first to agree with Lin Ling. Clearly, he was completely convinced by Lin Ling. At this moment, the other marshals looked at Marshal Qianji. The old man smiled. Gu Feng, you really know how to take advantage of others. How can the Sky Tribute Battalion take such military merit? This meant that the 1,000-trick battalion would also participate in the confiscation of the commanderies. Obviously, he was convinced of Lin Ling's strength by now. Chapter 2666. Go to Tating Commandery. At this moment, far away in the distance, two figures were floating in the clouds. They smiled as they watched the scene unfold. In the beginning, he gave people the impression that he was cruel and merciless, making people respect and fear him. But at the critical moment, he was lenient, like sending charcoal in snowy weather. This was using both soft and hard methods. Not only did he establish his prestige, he also won the hearts of the 6 tribes. The one who spoke was Red Jade Tiger. He was originally worried that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to suppress the army, but in the end, he saw that not only was Lin Ling doing well, but Lin Ling had even surpassed his expectations. That brat is much more powerful than you. You should know that you, Qi Yuhu, are only powerful in the martial god barracks. In other barracks, you are nothing but a fart. Qianji even looks down on you from the bottom of his heart. Beside him was Lord Eighth. At this moment, he said with a faint smile. His words made the Red Jade Tiger extremely depressed. On the other side of the prairie, the army looked at Lin Ling in awe. Lin Ling stood on a mountain peak, looking at the densely packed soldiers on the prairie. Behind him were the marshals of the 6 camps. They stood there quietly without moving. Lord Lin Ling, what did you see? Senior Qianji said with a smile. He was curious about Lin Ling, but at the same time, he was in awe of Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling did not pretend to be majestic. He was a man of his words. Luckily, Lord Lin Ling was lenient in the end. However, Lin Ling threw the jug of wine over and didn't answer. Senior Qianji immediately opened the wine pot and took a sip. Good wine, he exclaimed. Then, he threw the wine jug to the other marshals, and the others scrambled to snatch it. To them, it was extremely rare to be able to obtain my lord's wine. Senior Qianji, you asked me what I saw at the top of the mountain. Now, I will ask you the same question. Tell me, what did you see? At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the air, causing the 1,000-chance battalion marshal to be surprised. He then looked at the densely packed soldiers on the prairie. Their armors were like clouds, divine beasts roared, and iron hooves tore through the sky. A magnificent army with thousands of men. The 1,000-trick battalion marshal said solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and looked at the marshals. Wrong. This is my Lin Ling's magnificent army. The moment he said this, all the marshals felt their hearts tremble. The prairie instantly fell silent. A moment later, an earth-shattering sound also rushed out in shock. They were all Lin Ling's soldiers. Second brother, you're so domineering. In the prairie, Sakura couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling had the demeanor of a king since he was young, and now, this demeanor was even more obvious. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Under his command, the neat and tidy army left the Great Plains in a grandiose manner. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Previously, he was cold and emotionless because he wanted to establish his military might. Fortunately, his brutal appearance was quite effective. My god devil body has been tempered by the power of faith and has improved again. Lin Ling also left the Great Plains and thought to himself. His physical body had always been strong and had the power of 10,000 universes. Unfortunately, he had encountered too many geniuses and experts, so he couldn't use the advantage of his physical body. Therefore, This tempering was a rare opportunity. Tating Commandery, one of the 4 commanderies, had the same history as the Great Qing dynasty. In Lin Ling's hometown, this commandery was known as the Godly Country. In fact, it was indeed so. The warriors of Tating Commandery were godlike existences in the North Territory. However, at this moment, the Godly Country was facing a great calamity because they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. That person was also telling them that today, he had come to collect the debt. Of course, there were too many people in the 6 barracks, so they didn't reach Tating Commandery in a short time. On the contrary, Lin Ling brought falling flowers, flowing water, and the others and arrived first. They had fewer people and traveled light, so naturally, they arrived faster. However, when they arrived, Lin Ling was surprised to find that Tating Commandery wasn't small. It was even bigger than the sacred rainforest. This vast commandery had 99 cities, which were filled with an ancient aura and countless experts. If a small commandery was already so big, it was hard to imagine how many crouching tigers and hidden dragons there were in the Great Qing dynasty. 99 cities. I don't even know which city the emperor of this country is in. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others walked along the main road. Lin Ling nodded. He had the speed of 4 realms and could pass through the 4 realms. However, Tating Commandery was even bigger. Even with this speed, he couldn't travel all over the place. Lin Ling also couldn't use his soul power to cover the entire commandery. Let's go in and take a look. After shaking his head, Lin Ling said lightly. Although there were countless experts in Tating Commandery, the 6 barracks had even more experts. Moreover, they were backed by the Great Qing dynasty. Therefore, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. After randomly choosing a city, they entered. However, after entering the city, everyone was shocked by the prosperity of the city. Experts of the World King realm could be seen everywhere. There were even some experts of the True God realm walking by. As expected of the 4 commanderies. They have such a deep foundation. Wow! If the sacred rainforest had so many experts, no one in the North Territory would dare to bully them. Martial God Jianghu said in surprise as she stared at the experts in the city. Moreover, Tating Commandery has experts beyond the True God realm. Although there aren't many, it's enough for ordinary people to not dare to provoke them. Sakura also said at the side. However, Lin Ling didn't answer them. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. I didn't expect to encounter such a treasure. Wow! Treasure? Where is it? Wow! Sakura and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. Right under your eyes is the city wall of Tating Commandery. This is the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast, called the Iron Parasol realm-swallowing beast. It is one of the many realm-swallowing beasts. Lin Ling explained. Realm-swallowing beast. Yes. Sakura's face changed slightly. Little Flame and the others didn't know what the realm-swallowing beast was, but they explained the Falling Flowers water sword. The realm-swallowing beast was the most mysterious thing in the universe. Until now, no one could see through this divine beast. They only knew that when this divine beast appeared, it could swallow thousands of worlds. It had many attributes and was extremely mysterious. Tating Commandery has such a deep foundation. They actually got the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast. Yes. Now, everyone felt that Tating Commandery was indeed not simple. That's all. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and strode forward with the others. Lin Ling and the others all had extraordinary auras and attracted a lot of attention. TSK, this group of people is quite strong. They are all in the World King realm. I can't see through the cultivation of 2 of them. I don't dare to think that they are also in the World King realm. They should be the geniuses of the 3 academies. Yes. Just the 3 academies. What's so great about them? They always pretend to be arrogant. I don't like it. However, that girl is quite good-looking. She looks very gentle. Yes. Young master, you can't have taken a fancy to that beauty. Yes. Chapter 2667. They were being planted as crops. Their voices were unbridled, and many people on the streets heard them. However, many people also sneered at Lin Ling and the others. Although the strength of this group of people was not bad and they should be the geniuses of the 3 colleges, the Tating Commandery was not weak either. In the past years, there were also some geniuses who came to travel here. However, even dragons had to lie down obediently in the Tating Commandery. This was because the pride of Grand Court County was none other than the 9 heavenly sun bones of Jianghu. You lot stop. Leave the woman here, and get out of here. At this moment, a dignified voice drifted out from the second floor. The one who spoke was a young man with golden teeth. Tai Yen-jen, son of the governor of the capital. The crowd immediately began to gloat. That young man had a powerful background. His father had the bloodline of Tating Commandery, and he dominated the area. What's more, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Many talented girls who dared to come to Tating Commandery had been ruined by the Tai Yen route, but they did not dare to say anything. It could also be said that the extreme flame route was their pride. They dared to do what they didn't dare to do. That woman is out of luck. Hee, her looks aren't bad, but I really envy the grand young master. After all, being able to play with the Academy's genius beauties isn't something that just anyone can have. Didn't you hear what the grand young master said? The passers-by discussed animatedly. Many people shouted angrily at Lin Ling and the others. Many of them possessed the bloodline of Grand Court Commandery, so they naturally sided with Tai Yen-jen and the others. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had long since noticed those youths, but they didn't care about them. Now that the entire street was roaring at them, they finally stopped in their tracks and were somewhat startled. They had come here to search for treasures, but before they could do anything, Tating Commandery had already taken action? Especially ancient martial god Jianghu. She was speechless. That young master seemed to have taken a fancy to her. She couldn't help but feel sad for him. Little girl, do you think that I am very domineering? Follow me and you will be able to eat and drink well. Moreover, in my Taihu city, you can also walk sideways. Why do you need to follow those trash? However, Tai Yen-jen didn't know his current situation. He continued to smile. Then, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and hand it over. If you make the young master unhappy, you won't be able to leave this city. Everyone's aura became even more domineering. It had to be said that the Tating Commandery was extremely united. I've been thinking about what to charge Grand Court Commandery with, but now it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Ling stroked his chin and said, making Sakura and the others laugh. Sakura said, second brother, this kind of trash, who's going to fix it? As soon as these words were spoken, the street fell silent. But soon, a burst of laughter rang out. Those people actually wanted to convict Tating Commandery? Wasn't this joke a little too much? Who would fix them? It wasn't just Tai Yen-jen who had heard such words, but in the end, it was the outsiders who were being taught a lesson. Hee, these people are dressed well. I want that sword. I want that sky piercer. Grand young master will definitely reward me. You're greedy enough. I saw that sky piercer first. The people around had begun to share the spoils. Usually, as long as they helped Tai Yen-jen, the latter would reward them. Hee, you're too much. He's a passerby and is also a guest. How can you be so rude? But a little lesson is still okay. Go ahead, but remember not to hurt the beauty. As for the man, break his arms and legs and throw him out. On the second floor, Tai Yen-jen and his friends were drinking wine and waiting for a good show. Grand young master's eyes are still sharp. I think that girl is still a virgin. I wonder if grand young master can let me have a taste when he's tired of her? Well, anyway, there's more than one beauty in Tating Commandery. Next time, I'll catch a virgin for you. They talked and laughed, thinking that they were the emperors of Tating Commandery. However, the scene they were waiting for didn't happen. On the street, those warriors attacked one after another. Unfortunately, they were not as strong as Lin Ling and the others. Bang, bang, bang. No one knew who attacked, but more than a dozen figures were immediately sent flying through a large number of restaurants on the street. Cries of pain continued to ring out. Everyone looked over and saw that the warriors who had attacked were all sent flying. Some of them were even sent flying out of the city. What was even more exaggerated was that more than a dozen figures were sent flying in the sky. They seemed to have been thrown out. As for those that weren't swept away, they were planted on the ground like crops. This scene was as shocking as it could be. The entire street was silent. Everyone was shocked. These young men were so strong? One should know that there were more than 100 of them who had attacked. My sky piercer is right here. Who else wants it? In the silence, one of them spoke. It was the 9 spirits of heaven. Please send some stronger ones. They're so weak that I can't fight them. Little Flame said as he waved his fist. Even martial god Jianghu sneered and looked at the second floor mockingly. This appearance undoubtedly infuriated Tai Yen-jen greatly. The martial artists on the streets were also incensed. Catch all of them. Tai Yen-jen slammed the table and came to the window. He pointed at Lin Ling and the others and shouted. The young men beside him smiled and attacked. They were not the geniuses of the 3 academies, but they were not weak. Their talents were average, but their families were well off. They had cultivated to a high level with powerful cultivation resources. They were quite powerful. Good, young master, he has attacked. And the martial arts champion who is ranked 7th in Tating Commandery has also attacked. TSK, the martial arts champion who is ranked 7th. He was famous in Tating Commandery in the past. There was a genius competition in Tating Commandery. So many people knew how powerful those who had attacked were. You flatter me, you flatter me. A gentle breeze drifted through the sky, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance. Several figures leaped down from the 2nd floor and spoke in a carefree and unruly manner, which made the warriors on the street very excited, as if they had seen the pride of Tating Commandery. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling did not even need to attack. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others had already attacked. As a result, there were a few more crops on the street. The top martial artists of Tating Commandery had been stabbed into the ground, leaving only their feet outside. They kept shaking their feet, which was as funny as it could get. Martial arts champions? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others said sarcastically. The martial arts champions of Tating Commandery were indeed powerful, but they could only dominate Tating Commandery. They were nothing compared to the geniuses of the 3 academies in Jianghu. Moreover, the former strongest 2nd generation was here. The martial arts champions would be humiliated. Chapter 2668. After beating up the young, the old had come. Do you still want my junior apprentice sister? Sword Immortal Tsong Tian smiled as he looked up at the 2nd floor. Now, there was only one person left in the restaurant. Extreme Blaze Root. His pupils shrank. In the past, the geniuses here had never been so strong. How could these people's strength be so heaven-defying? It seems that I have underestimated you all. You are clearly not ordinary geniuses. Fierce, fierce. Extreme Blaze Root rushed down from the 2nd floor, walking towards Lin Ling and the others step by step. This caused Lin Ling and the others to be stunned. What was this playboy young master planning to do? Everything before was a misunderstanding. If you brothers are dissatisfied, I am willing to pay any price to appease your anger. Of course, all of this is to get to know you brothers, because I admire heroes and elites the most. Extreme Blaze Root fearlessly strode forwards. He seemed to be sincerely apologizing and also wanted to get to know Lin Ling and the others. This caused Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others to withdraw their auras. As the saying went, one did not slap a smiling face. This person's attitude was humble and his goal was to get to know them, so they couldn't do anything. However, the surrounding onlookers' eyes flashed. They knew what young Master Extreme Blaze Root wanted to do. Since you all are so strong, you should be quite famous. May I ask your names? Extreme Blaze Root stopped and bowed. But after he bowed, a cold dagger appeared from his right sleeve. This was the Yali dagger, a 9th grade treasure that could increase the strength of one's world essence by 5 boundaries. It was extremely fierce. And what was most terrifying was that this treasure could increase one's speed by an entire world. After the dagger appeared, Extreme Blaze Root sneered and instantly attacked. It was clear that he had played this trick several times already, and each time he had used it, the effect had not been weak. Many geniuses had been bewitched by his words and let down their guard. In the end, they had been crippled by this dagger. Most importantly, his dagger didn't stab towards Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others, but instead chose 2 people to attack. And these 2 people were Lin Ling and Sakura. This was because these 2 people hadn't attacked before and their cultivation didn't seem to be at the World King realm. Thus, he chose to attack the weak. His success rate was 100%. And as long as he could catch one, then he could threaten this group of people. Then, once his father arrived, everyone would obediently be subdued by him. At this moment, his heart filled with excitement. To turn defeat into victory, This feeling was too wonderful. However, the dagger was indeed extraordinary. Its speed had exceeded the perception of falling flowers and flowing water. Great! The people around cheered again. They had long known that this would happen. However, the dagger chose Lin Ling in the end. Because Di Shirtian looked rather tall and sturdy while Lin Ling's figure was thin, he should be the easiest to take down. You geniuses, your hearts are higher than the sky. Today, this young master will teach you a lesson. All is fair in war. Tai Yanzhen shouted proudly, but in the next moment, his agile body was suppressed. His gleaming dagger was also grabbed by someone. It was an arm. This caused his heart to skip a beat. He looked up and saw the young man standing in front of him with a cold expression. He had actually grabbed his Yali dagger with one hand. Blaze was Blaze God Blaze. To be able to wield a 9th rank artifact, just who was this guy? Could he be a true immortal? But how could there be such a young true immortal? Pang! Yali's dagger suddenly shattered. Sparkling shards fell to the ground. Yali's dagger had been crushed by Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he didn't place any world king in his eyes. Ah! Blaze Root screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His eyes were as wide as bells. Holding Yali's dagger was one thing, but now the dagger had been crushed. He wanted to ask Lin Ling if his hand didn't hurt. Unfortunately, even if he asked, Lin Ling disdained to answer. Instead, he lightly said, "You sneak attacked me? Aye. Blaze Root only wanted to slap himself 3 times. He had deliberately chosen the weakest, but the result seemed to be the strongest. This is a misunderstanding. He took 3 steps back and frantically explained. Pah! Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a slap. The slap knocked out half of Tai Yong'an's golden teeth. Misunderstanding. Moreover, a cold voice sounded at the same time. It's really a misunderstanding. I just wanted to test the sharpness of the dagger. Tai Yanzhen lost half of his teeth and couldn't even speak clearly. Sharpness. Unfortunately, what greeted him was another slap. This time, all of his golden teeth were knocked out. Enough! Blaze Root roared. He was the son of the city lord. When had he ever been slapped in the face like this? It had always been him slapping others in the face. Enough! However, another slap made Blaze Root's nose bleed and his teeth bleed all over the ground. My father is the city lord of this city. Blaze Root almost fainted from the slap. He directly brought out his trump card. City lord? Who knew that it would have been better if he didn't say it? After he said it, Lin Ling kicked him between his legs. Everyone heard the sound of eggs breaking. Many men even trembled and subconsciously touched their crotch. Ah! Blaze Root stood in place, his legs trembling. Then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered and fell to the ground like a gourd, rolling on the ground. He had been completely destroyed. His pride as a man. From now on, Blaze Root would be called Blaze Root. Lin Ling sneered. He grabbed Blaze Root from the ground and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, there was a new crop on the street. It was pleasing to the eye from afar. Crazy, crazy. He actually destroyed the son of the city lord. He's dead, he's dead. Everyone, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape from Tading County. The surrounding martial artists were pale. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. However, they were still confident. Because they were waiting for the arrival of the city lord. However, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest would run away. Who knew that Lin Ling and the rest would stride forward and come to the 2nd floor of the restaurant? They ordered wine and dishes and started eating and drinking. No one knew that Lin Ling had no intention of leaving. He didn't want to torture these trash. It was just that he suddenly remembered that there were 99 cities in Tading County, and he didn't know where the emperor was. Since that was the case, he might as well let the emperor find him personally. As for the restaurant's manager, he was scared out of his wits. He knew that once the city lord arrived, these people would die for sure. If the city lord didn't vent his anger enough, then he would suffer a calamity. After all, who told him to give the enemy food and wine to drink? But, if he didn't, then Blaze Root's miserable state caused his legs to go cold. He couldn't afford to provoke these fellows. As for the people on the street, they were all dumbfounded. Did these fellows not know that Blaze Root was the son of the city lord? That must be it. And since they were so arrogant, They would definitely regret it. What's happening? What everyone was looking forward to soon happened. A massive number of martial artists arrived, many of them at the 5th level of the World King realm. And the one leading them was an old man. He was tall and sturdy and had white hair. He was a true immortal powerhouse. Chapter 2669. The city lord made his move. The old man's name was Tai Yen Chu. He was the city lord of the city and Tai Yong'an's father. However, when the old man arrived, he was dumbfounded by the human-shaped crops that were planted on the street. Moreover, among the crops, he saw his son's legs shaking powerlessly. His upper body was buried in the ground. It was extremely comical. Most importantly, he saw the blood between her legs. At this moment, his eyes turned red. He had been practicing martial arts all his life and had accumulated a lot of experience. Eventually, he was valued by Tating Commandery and became a governor. He had a son at an old age, so he was very fond of his son, the Tai Yen root, and was afraid that it would melt in his mouth and fall in his hands. But now, his son had been crippled and planted on the ground. He was in a sorry state. Most importantly, he had no descendants. Who did this? An angry roar soared into the sky, and all the warriors in the city were startled like cicadas in winter. The city lord was furious. Was it you? The old man was like a lion. His gaze swept across the martial artists on the street. Under his domineering gaze, several martial artists exploded and died. Sir, it's not us, it's them. Everyone on the street was pointing at the restaurant. At this moment, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they were looking forward to the miserable state of Lin Ling and the others. Surround them and bring them out. The old man's face was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the restaurant, and a large number of armored warriors shot towards the restaurant. The old man's eyes turned red as he personally dug out the extreme flame root. When he saw that his son's golden teeth had been knocked out, he was so heartbroken that he began to cry. Jenner, you've suffered a lot. Father will avenge you. Tai Yen Zhen gradually woke up. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but shed tears. With snot and tears he said, Father, catch them. I want to castrate them. And that woman, I want to play with her until she dies. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he was already impotent. However, the old man didn't forget. When he heard those words, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. What a ruthless person. All of them must die today. A terrifying coldness emanated from the old man, and it caused the people on the street to shiver. They clearly knew that those young men were in trouble. They immediately raised their gloating eyes and looked at the restaurant. Bang! 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 However, at this moment, the city guards who had forced their way into the restaurant were all beaten out of the restaurant. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. More than 10 people were thrown into the sky. They tumbled like straws and they let out painful roars. Moreover, a few figures also walked out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. You're courting death. The old man became even more furious. These people were about to die, yet they still dared to be arrogant. Even more city guards rushed over. Although their cultivation levels were not low, they were geniuses with the falling flowers flowing water sword. They could fight above their cultivation levels. A fierce battle broke out on the street. The bystanders were all caught in the crossfire, and many of them died. Kill! 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 I don't believe they're that powerful. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He pointed to the front and roared like a mad lion. Instantly, all the cultivators in the city rushed over and besieged the restaurant. But what was surprising was that the people in the restaurant were still drinking and chatting merrily. One could even hear them laughing loudly. They didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside the restaurant. The laughter of the people drinking seemed to be mocking them. The old man and all the warriors in the city seemed to have been humiliated. They didn't believe that they couldn't catch those young men even with the power of the entire city. Attack! The people guarding outside the restaurant are getting weaker and weaker. No matter how powerful they are, they can't stop us from taking turns to fight them. They're in our territory. Even if they're tigers, they'll have to kneel down. Although many warriors were injured or killed, their fighting spirit was high. They wanted to catch those young men even if they had to sacrifice their lives. That was because they were fighting for the dignity of Tating Commandery. Of course, the most important thing was that they saw the light of victory. Ha! Your good luck has come to an end. At the thought of this, the people in the city wiped the blood from their mouths and shouted proudly. They were ready to catch those young men. I'm sorry. Lord thinks that our battle experience is too weak, so he wants us to train. Now, let's continue the battle. However, just as they shouted, Little Flame and the others smiled. Elixirs appeared in their hands. After swallowing the elixirs, they recovered their luo. Human Ring Elixir. This was Lin Ling's reward from the Pride Tournament. It could recover a large amount of luo. It was an elixir that even the geniuses in the academy were jealous of. As Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he rarely ran out of luo. Hence, he gave them many elixirs. This, damn it! Bastard! Bang! 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 Some of the people who were already exhausted fainted from anger. Some of them were so angry that they vomited blood. City Governor, please do it. The remaining people looked at the old man with pitiful expressions. They no longer had any energy to fight and they were full of anger. However, the city governor did not do anything. After all, he was the city governor. If he attacked the younger generation, he would lose his face. Hence, the people begged him to do it. Father, please do it. Castrate them. Tai Yen-jen also begged. Forget it. I swore 1,000 years ago that I would never attack the weak. However, I will make an exception today. The old man walked out step by step. His body was filled with vicissitudes of life. Flames floated out like clouds. His talent was fire elemental. This was because he also had the bloodline of gods in Tating Commandery. Moreover, his talent was poison flame. Most importantly, his cultivation was at the 5th level of True God Realm. At this moment, everyone thought that the young man in the restaurant was going to die. It was their honor to have the city governor personally take action. Even the martial artists who had vomited blood stood up in excitement. This old man has the reputation of being a drug lord in Qing province. Originally, I wanted to conceal my identity and enjoy my old age in peace. However, you despicable juniors have forced me to take action. Since this is the case, it is your fortune to be able to see this old man take action. The old man floated up. His body was filled with a domineering aura. The rolling black flames turned into a black dragon and covered the restaurant. Chapter 2670. After beating up the old one, the big one comes. Meanwhile, the eyes of the entire city were locked onto them, filled with anticipation. Quite a few people were cheering repeatedly. The city lord of the 5th level of True God Realm had made his move, and those people were captured by his own hands. However, just as the black dragon was about to envelop the restaurant, a bright light flickered and multicolored flames began to condense. It actually turned into a huge blazing sun, and with a speed that surpassed the black dragon, it pressed down from the restaurant. This was the 5 realms speed. Flame wheel. Boom. The huge fireball collided with the black dragon. In just an instant, the black dragon melted like tofu. Moreover, the fireball didn't stop. It crashed onto the ground like a giant's fist. Boom. Boom. The forbidden explosion instantly turned the entire ancient city into ashes. All the houses collapsed, and all the martial artists near the fireball were incinerated into nothingness. Flame wheel annihilation. After the terrifying power dissipated, those who were still alive felt as if they had been given a new lease of life. They were all stunned. Looking at the city lord again. He was topless and covered in blood. He was also standing there in a daze. He thought that once he made a move, the young man in the restaurant would definitely die. But in the end, someone from the restaurant also made a move. With a single move, not only was he defeated, his entire city was destroyed. His reputation as the Poison Lord of the Firmament had once shaken the entire Jianghu. Now it was extremely ironic. How could he know that once the flame wheel was unleashed, even a 6th level True God realm would have to go to the underworld with hatred? After beating up the young one, the old one came? Interesting, but the old one is not that strong. Let's send someone more powerful. Now, all of you, kneel down and you won't have to die. As for the governor, please call the Emperor of Tating Commandery here. If he's late by 2 hours, I don't mind killing all of him. An indifferent voice drifted out from the restaurant, leaving all the martial artists in the city speechless. How arrogant! After the Taiyan route was fixed, the Castellan came. Then, the Castellan came and fixed the Castellan as well. What's more, the Castellan didn't seem to be satisfied. He even wanted the Emperor of Tading Commandery to come. This kind of arrogance was something that people had never seen in their entire lives. Who do you think you are to meet His Majesty? Someone immediately shouted angrily. For them, the Master of Tading Commandery was like a god. They had to believe and worship him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Unfortunately, a couple of figures shot out just as that person's voice sounded. It was Little Flame and the rest. Bang bang bang. That person was directly planted into the ground and planted into crops again. Furthermore, Little Flame and the rest did not stop, planting all of the martial artists who were still alive like crops. Not even the women were spared. After all, Tading Commandery always bullied outsiders. They were not good people, so there was no need to give them face. Moreover, they wanted the qualifications. Now, he would show them the qualifications. Who are you? The old man looked at his people with heartache, then stared at the restaurant. Tell your majesty that I'm Lin Ling, tell him to come see me. A dignified voice came from the restaurant. Ask him to come see me? He had actually asked a dignified Emperor Realm Venerable to personally come and see him. How arrogant. However, the old man reacted quickly and muttered to himself, Lin Ling, it's actually Lin Ling. All the warriors in the city came to their senses because Lin Ling was the archenemy of the Tading Commandery. Everyone in Tading Commandery had heard of Lin Ling's name. In the past, a young master of the Tading Commandery had provoked Lin Ling and caused trouble. Naturally, the Tading Commandery wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, the Tading Commandery failed again and again, and Lin Ling became stronger and stronger. In the end, he became the #1 enemy in the whole country. All of this was like a dream. Many people even knew that Lin Ling would come back one day, but they did not expect that day to come so soon. This also explained why Lin Ling was so ruthless to them. It was because they and Lin Ling were originally enemies. There was no need to think about what would happen next. The old man quickly informed the emperor. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the rest were still drinking merrily and waiting for the arrival of the strongest man of the Tading Commandery. The merry sound of drinking undoubtedly made the people outside the restaurant grit their teeth. The strongest man of the Tading Commandery was about to arrive, but Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he drank even more merrily. He's dead meat. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He admitted that he was no match for Lin Ling, but he believed that Lin Ling was no match for the emperor. Then, he looked at the corpse on the ground with heartache. Because of the explosion of the Wheel of Flame, his son, Tai Yanzhen, was completely dead. The people around him had already knelt down. At this moment, they saw Tai Yong'an's corpse. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling had gone too far. Lin Ling, you're here. Just as they were looking forward to it, a majestic voice finally sounded, which made all the warriors in the city excited. The emperor had arrived. His strength was beyond the true god realm. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant he can be. At the same time, a slender figure strode over. He wore a jade crown and looked gentle. However, his eyes were shining and he had an aura of supremacy. Tai Huang, the strongest man of the Tading Commandery. There were many other experts following him. All of them were at the peak of the true god realm. It was as if an army had arrived. Of course, when Tai Huang arrived, he looked at the crops on the ground and heard the merry drinking in the restaurant. His face turned cold. This was because he was furious. This was because Lin Ling had given him a huge welcome gift. It was as if Lin Ling had treated him like heir. Lin Ling was looking down on the 4 commanderies. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, the other experts landed on the ground and looked coldly at the restaurant. Your Majesty, this man is too arrogant. He killed my son. You must avenge me. The governor quickly hugged Tai Yong'an's corpse and said with tears and snot. The other warriors who were kneeling and those who had been turned into crops were crying out bitterly. I'm here. Tai Huang replied coldly. Rumble. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky was filled with an ominous aura. It was as if the gates to the underworld had been opened. A huge fist fell from the sky and went straight for Tai Huang. The fist was filled with white bones and carried a terrifying aura. It was not something a true god realm expert could possess. Protect the emperor. Seeing this, many generals were shocked and quickly protected Tai Huang. Although Tai Huang did not need their protection, this was the dignity of the emperor. They had to protect it with their lives. However, although the terrifying fist seemed to be aimed at Tai Huang, it was actually aimed at the governor on the ground. A strong wind blew in the sky. The fist immediately shrunk and turned into a white bone spear. It was getting closer and closer to the governor. The governor was still hugging his son. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. After killing the young, the old will come. After killing the old, the big one will come. The domineering voice was accompanied by the white bone spear. How dare you? Tai Huang reacted immediately. Unfortunately, he was too late. The white bone spear pierced through the governor's chest. Fresh blood spurted out and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Bang! When the sound was heard, all the warriors in Tating Commandery were shocked. Arrogant.